to ED&A. I'm opening the public hearing on House Bill 144 and call the prime sponsor, Representative Grota.
Thank you, Chair McGuire. I'm Jackie Grota. I'm the State Representative for Rockingham District 24, and I'm introducing House Bill 144 at the request of the Board of Dental Examiners. When they were reviewing their rulemaking versus statute, they found a deficiency in that the rulemaking allows hygienists to use nitrous oxide and local anesthesia, but it doesn't in the statute give them that authority. And it also doesn't give any requirements for that. So this bill is really just a bill that marriages rulemaking and statute without any deficiency.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions by the committee? Thank you. All right, is there anyone else who wishes to testify on House Bill 144? Representative Sytek?
Yeah. If you don't, Representative Grota, where'd you go? I guess I didn't quite follow that.
Well, it's early, so.
It's later
Yeah,
than
if you
you,
could-
it's later than you think. They weren't doing stuff. The rules were deficient. They weren't doing stuff beyond their scope, were they? Is that the implication here?
No, they were not doing things beyond their scope, but the fact that, let me read you the exact thing. The administration of nitrous, okay. The board found a discrepancy between hygienists who administer nitrous oxide and those who administer local anesthesia. The statute requires special education and examination to obtain a permit to administer nitrous oxide, but the statute appears to include the administration of local anesthesia and the practice of dental hygienists without any further education or permission from the board.
So you want this additional education?
There's a certain amount of training that they have and that they should have, and they want to put that in statute. Yes.
Okay, all right.
Okay. Any other questions? Representative Sytek?
The other question I have isn't for you. Does anybody still use nitrous oxide?
I have no idea. I
Well,
don't
I'd like
know.
to hear if somebody's out there.
Somebody's nodding their head in the back, so I think it's
I
possible.
mean, nitrous oxide is no laughing matter, Representative.
Somebody was gonna pick-
Thank you, Representative Pearson. That's. Turn the button on, turn the mic, for the mic, thank you.
Sorry. Good morning. My name's Lori Rosato. I'm a practicing dentist here in Concord, and I'm the Council for Governmental Affairs for New Hampshire Dental Society's, chair. Yes, nitrous oxide is used in New Hampshire. It's used everywhere, mostly in sedation settings, obviously, like an oral surgeon's office, but many general dentist offices still use it safely.
Okay.
And to what Representative Grote was saying, this is already being practiced by hygienists as a profession, practiced safely and within their scope. They just want to make the rule statute. It's
And
just a
the,
board request.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Representative Bertland?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you. It sounds like what we're doing is making sure that the board can ensure that they are qualified to do what they're doing, because right now the statute says they can do it, but there's no qualifications. Is that correct?
I just want to be clear that I'm not here on behalf of the board,
Okay.
but yes, that's how I read it. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Any other questions? All right. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on House Bill 144? All right, seeing none, I'll close the hearing. Representative Grota, you have a motion?
Yes, I move on a pass on House Bill 144.
Second.
Okay.
We should go into executive session.
Oh, yes. Thank you. We're going into executive session. We did a minute ago. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
No. I can just say that this is at the request of the Board of Dental Hygienists to make that, to put into statute what they have in rulemaking.
Okay. Representative Land, you should speak to your second.
Yes, this seems to increase the protection for patients by having the practice of actually being held to standards put into law, and I'm looking forward to this passing.
Okay. Is there anyone else, comments, questions, concerns? Representative Schmidt.
I think the fact that it's alluded to briefly before.
You're turn your mic on, please.
Hit the button, but it didn't work. You know how technology is and old people. Anyway, so the important aspect here that was briefly alluded to, but it needs to be in all our consciousness is that they have to be examined to demonstrate that they've had the training and that they're proficient in the application. So that's the basis for the board to require that. Thank you.
Anyone else? Representative Sellers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a question to the, have we had a problem in this area where
No,
okay,
as far as I know, there was an audit of the dental board 2 or 3 years ago, and it pointed out there were a number of discrepancies between the rules and the statute, and this is just one case of fixing that discrepancy. As far as I know.
one
Follow
follow-up.
up, yeah.
So it just seems like we're licensing and that aspect of things, it seems like we keep adding and adding, where I know Governor Sununu previously was trying to get rid of. So I'm just curious.
Yeah, but I don't think we're going to repeal the license for dental hygienists. And if we're continuing to license them, this is to require them to be trained, which you're right, it does seem redundant and not necessary. So feel free to vote against the bill. It's, it's keeping the paperwork straight, and that's about all it's doing. Anyone else? All right. The motion is ought to pass by Representative Groda, and the clerk can call the roll.
Vice Chairman Leon,
Yes.
the clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Aye.
Representative Sellers.
Yes.
Representative Groda.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Dargy.
Yes.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Reese.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, nothing. 12 0.
I'll move consent.
Okay. Are there any objections to consent? Seeing none, we'll put that on consent. Representative Broda, if you could, at your very earliest convenience. And I don't think we have, is there any other bill that someone thinks we could exec at the moment, or we should discuss in executive session? Guess not. Okay. All right, in that case, thank you all. We are in recess for half an hour, and I've Good morning. Welcome back to EDNA. I'm opening the public hearing on House Bill 145, and I call Representative Broda.
Thank you, Chair McGuire. My name is Jackie Grota. I represent the Rockingham District 24, the towns of Rye and Greenland, and I'm here to introduce House Bill 145, which is a social compact for dietitians. A compact for dietitians, excuse me. Compacts are originally were designed by the Department of Defense to help portability between spouses who had a specific profession. And the idea of a compact is that states get together, describe what the requirements will be for licensure, and then anyone who lives in that state and meets the requirements of licensure can practice in the states where the compacts are held. The Board of Dietitians are quite enthusiastic about joining a compact for their profession, and I offered to sponsor their bill, and I'm sure you'll have questions about that, and I will let them answer those questions. I think they should be the ones that promote the bill itself.
Thank you. Representative Slytek?
For the record, was this a request?
Yes,
Request of whom?
the Board of Dietitians.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, in that case, I will call Abby Savard from the board.
Thank you and good morning. My name is Abby Savard. I am a registered dietitian and current chair of the Board of Licensed Dietitians. I am here representing the board and providing information surrounding HB 145. I wanted to briefly discuss the role that dietitians play in the state of New Hampshire. As we are all likely aware, nutrition is present in our lives every single day, and the sources of information that exist through news and media in particular continue to make it difficult to differentiate what is true and what are myths and falsities in the world of food and nutrition. There are often less qualified individuals providing nutrition information and education to the public with limited evidence-based backing. Our RSAs, specifically 326H2, speak to the understanding of the value and the role that dietitians play in treating illness, injury, and other medical conditions, and improving the overall quality of life. It also speaks upon the understanding that we cannot restrict any person's ability to provide advice or counseling in the matter of food, diet, and nutrition, but rather establish regulations and standards of qualification, training, and experience for those who are practicing registered dietitians to ensure the safety of the public. As chair of the board, I recognize the importance and value the board holds in the state in upholding these values. The compact is governed by a separate entity. However, given the privilege to practice model and within the compact language, those who reside in the state of New Hampshire as their home state will continue to follow appropriate protocols to obtain and maintain licensure according to succinct guidelines and under our established RSAs. This ensures that those who reside and are practicing in the state are qualified, maintaining required continuing education credits, and continue to prioritize serving the public safely and responsibly. Aside from the criminal history check that is included within this bill, New Hampshire licensing requirements align with the terms and provisions of the compact. Licensees can choose to hold a single state license or obtain a compact license, supporting individual autonomy. They also have the choice for having the opinion or the option for portability within their license. Within the compact language, member states of the compact shall retain sole jurisdiction over the provision of single state licensure. Currently, background checks to obtain dietitian licensure in the state are not required, but HB 145 adds a requirement for a criminal history check upon obtaining initial licensure. This will provide more assurance that those residing in the state of New Hampshire are committed to safe practices. With a unified compact commissions data system, we will have the information and resources to identify those who have compact privileges in the state. In all jurisdictions, will be made aware if there are any allegations or misconduct, specifically relating to investigations or complaints of a licensee. Essentially, this provides information exchange within compact states. So if there is something that can impact somebody's ability to practice, states are made aware with the goal to support public safety. The compact language also ensures that licensees exercising a compact privilege shall adhere to the laws and regulations of remote states. Thank you, committee. I know we have a lot of really great attendance to be able to testify for this. So I'm going to leave it at that and welcome to any questions. I won't take up too much additional time. Thank you.
Representative Pearson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just before we all start with questions, are you well read on this compact? Are you the person to ask questions about the compact?
I am. I think there are also some others in this room
Okay.
that are very well qualified. So I
Alright.
will most definitely do my best to answer the questions. If there's any takeaways that I need to get back to you with, I absolutely will.
Great. So my question then, I have a couple, but we'll start with this. And I know this seems like we're running the credits before we're watching the movie. But being familiar with other compacts that the state has entered into, what is the procedure to get out of this compact if this compact ends up not working out for us?
So I believe there's an opportunity to withdraw from the compact. It would take place, I think, 180 days from initiation of that withdrawal.
Okay,
Where is that defined?
Yeah.
If we look at,
It's in section 12 of the compact on page 19 and 20. Any other questions? Or Representative
thank you.
Pearson?
The only other question I have, that's bouncing off the top of my head, you made a mention of state license or compact license. That is something that I have not heard before as far as entering into compacts. Can you elaborate how that works? Because it sounds like you're asking for two different types of license.
Yeah, so my understanding is that there's two different models of compacts. One is a multi-state model. So you get a license in a home state and then you can practice in any other compact state. So this compact is a privilege to practice model, meaning that you have to maintain and obtain a home state licensure. And then you would have to apply to the governing body to obtain that compact license in that state.
Okay, follow up then?
Follow up, please. Yes.
Yeah, okay. So this would allow you then to have a state of New Hampshire license, but not necessarily, if you have no desire to work in Vermont or Maine or whatever, and you just want to work in New Hampshire, then you just kind of stop at a certain point and don't have to continue on in order to get a compact license?
Correct. You have the autonomy to decide if you want a single state licensure or if you want to enter the compact that allows you to practice in multiple states. In that case, you would apply to that state for their compact license. It's a much easier process. There is still a fee involved, so there is still that, but it's a much more reduced fee. It makes the process much easier. And as long as you're maintaining credentials in your home state, then you don't have to abide by every single state's CEU requirements and go above and beyond for all of those other additional requirements. It makes the process a lot more simple. You have the privilege to practice in other states.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for the question.
Representative Leon and then Svitek.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here. Is the criminal records check something that's being added so that our laws are in line with this compact, or is that a separate issue?
Thank you for the question. And you are correct. That is the reason why it is added in. It aligns with the compact language, so it would be required.
I follow it.
Follow.
And also, has this been adopted by enough other states that it's in force? And if so, have there been any changes? Because I see that if there was anything that needed to be changed, every single state who's part of it would need to adapt that change in their law before it's effective.
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. So as of right now, 4 states have legislation enacted. We need 7 in order for it to be an acting compact. I believe in the moment we have 10 states, and that's including New Hampshire as well, that have legislation pending. So to
So-
answer your question, there's still room to be able to make modifications because the compact is not quite yet an acting compact, but there are 4 states that have legislation enacted.
If I can have one more follow-up.
Follow-up.
Thank you. And my other question is just around the need for the criminal background check. My understanding is a lot of your role is in healthcare settings where you're not in one-on-one situations with vulnerable people. And I'm trying to understand why you would need to have a criminal background check in order to do the valuable work you do.
That is a wonderful question, and I would have to take that away. I don't know the reason and the ideology for why that would have been presented within the compact language in particular. So without saying specifics, I would, if you're okay with it, take that back and get back to you via email with that
I'd
answer.
appreciate that. Thank
Of
you.
course, you're welcome.
Representative Svitek.
I'm following up on Representative Leon's, if I forge checks, what's that have to do with my ability to be a licensed dietitian? My question really is, what is the impact? What's the consequence? They do a background check and then what? How is that information used? If I may,
Follow-up, yeah.
a separate question. Regardless of this, reciprocity still exists. I could get a single state license, a New Hampshire license, and apply for reciprocity to Massachusetts, regardless of what the compact. Is that not true?
Correct. So to answer the secondary question, you can still apply for reciprocity, but when you do, you're still going to have to maintain the credentials within that state. So it may be easy to get a reciprocal license, but then moving forward, you're still going to have to maintain all the credentials within that state. And that can be really difficult for a lot of people, whether it be the cost or, just maintaining the continuing educations within that state. But just from a factual perspective, you are correct. They could have a reciprocal license, and New Hampshire does honor that.
And the first question.
And the first question, again,
is what's the impact? What happens as a result of the criminal background check?
Yeah, and that is another question. I guess my privity with the background check and the outcomes, I would want to take that away. My understanding is that states can use that to decide whether they want a licensee to be licensed, but I don't know the qualifications in particular for what would differentiate, okay, that's okay and that's not, as far as like an ethical perspective. So unfortunately, I'm not going to speak on that. I would want to take that away to get you a more accurate and appropriate answer. And there may be others that can speak on that.
Generally,
thank
for
you.
most professions, if it's a clean background check, it just sails through. If there are any flaws, the board has to decide what's relevant and what's not.
Thank you. I think not having this within our licensure currently just makes it a little bit of a barrier for me to speak on.
Okay, any other questions? All right, thank you. We'll be grilling the next person.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Grady?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ladies and gentlemen of the committee, for the record, my name is Kevin Grady. I'm a 25-year Air Force veteran, and I'm a 27-year resident of the town of Hooksett, New Hampshire. Today, I'm here representing the 20 members of the State Veterans Advisory Committee, and we're chartered by State RSA 115:A-8. If you want to look us up, you can also find us through the Department of Military Affairs and Veterans Services website. We've got a sort of a link to there as well. We're made up of 20 member organizations to kind of speak for what veterans are thinking in the state. These names should be familiar with you. Places like organizations like the American Legion, the Veterans of Foreign Wars. I personally represent the Air and Space Forces Association on the committee. And I'm also their legislative chair, which means that I go through all of the bills that are being proposed, and we find the ones that have veteran impact, we think, and we take a position on those bills, and then I come and I tell you what our position is on that. This bill was not on my radar initially, and then they pointed out Section 6, which is 3 lines about about military and military spouses being involved in part of this. We like to tell people when I come up and talk to people that in our mind, when one of us serves, the entire family serves. So anything that we can do, especially for military spouses, to make their job easier, to make their transitions easier as they go from place to place, particularly those with professional credentials, we're all for it. I also caution folks when I come up and talk to them that our committee is not necessarily the experts on all the nuts and bolts of how all of this stuff works. So what I'm here to tell you today is that we support the concept of military families being involved with this, where it's a good thing. We support the concept of reciprocity across state lines of professional credentials as our families move around. The nuts and bolts of how we get there, I leave to people who are better qualified than me to answer that. So the last thing I want to leave you with is if you're planning to introduce a bill that you think has veteran impact, we're a resource that you can use. We'd be happy to look at the language. If it's been tried before and there was a reason why it didn't really gain any traction in the House or the Senate, we can tell you that. And we can also help you get the language right so that a year down the road, we don't have to look at potentially an unintended consequence of this, that we have to go and revise the RSAs for it. So with that, I'll conclude my testimony. If you have any questions for me, I'll be happy to answer them.
For the committee, the section he's talking about is on page 7, lines 30 to 33, and it looks pretty straightforward to me. But, are there any questions? Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, as a former member of the Armed Forces myself many years ago, I know what it's like to serve. I also know what it's like to have problems with the food that's provided, because in many cases, the people doing the stirring and the serving and so forth are there for they're ordered to do mess duty, we called it in the Marine Corps, and sometimes I think they may have had some slip-ups because it was not infrequent that we would have problems with the food, and that led to some issues. So I'm in favor of having people who are well qualified. But my question to you is, and we've seen this repeatedly in this committee, those of us who served for a while, the fact is veterans get moved around a lot. You're this duty station and 6 months later you're someplace all the way across the country. So the idea of people who have a background, the kind of training that we're looking for in New Hampshire, they may be coming in from some other state where they've served and so forth and they qualified. And the idea of a compact would be to their benefit. We've done that with a number of professions where we recognize the training and service they've had in the military when they come to New Hampshire. So is this something that you're going to look at, and can you speak to that?
Well, we're certainly in favor of all of those measures, and there's been a few of them in the last few years that have worked to make this process easier. The other thing that we always talk about is that at some point you're not going to be in the military anymore, and then you're going to have to figure out where it is you want to go. And if we're a state where it's relatively easy for your spouse who is professionally credentialed to get credentialed right off the bat when you get there, that might be a consideration when you decide where you're going to retire.
Thank you.
And for the committee's information, if a dietitian comes in from another state, the only technical qualification for a license by endorsement is to have passed the registered dietitian test, which I believe is commonly used by almost every state. There's no other technical requirement. There's, of course, the form and the fee, but that's normal. Representative Saitek?
Of the chair, are you saying that, I don't know that the armed services have licensed dietitians, but you're saying, in effect, I believe, that a dietitian in good standing leaving the military, if that person can pass the test that you've just alluded to, that you just referenced, they can be a member of this compact?
No. I'm saying that currently, if a dietitian moves in from another state, which state requires passing this test to get the license, they're eligible for a license by endorsement after basically filling in the form and sending a check. There's not very many onerous requirements on getting a New Hampshire license if you have another state's license. And the Department of Military and Veterans Affairs is working with OPLC to get the codes, if there are in fact dietitians in the military, what codes would apply toward this licensure.
So it's not yet.
I don't know the status of it.
My,
It might be
my
done or it
understanding
might
is that
not
this
be.
work has been ongoing for a year or so now. We had a bill last year to try and take military occupational specialties and Air Force specialty codes and by code work out what professional licensing things they might qualify for in the state of New Hampshire. And as I understand it, that work is still ongoing between DMAVs and OPLC.
The OPLC in their orientation presentation said that they are working on it. They've done a couple of boards, but they are nowhere near finished. I have no idea if the military employs dietitians, but it certainly would apply to spouses. Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, this colloquy we've been having reminds me of the fact that ordinarily we would be seeing Warren Perry in committee and engaging on these types of subjects. But we had one a couple of days ago when he wasn't there, and he's not there this morning. I'm wondering, has he retired, and if so, who is replacing him?
Yes, sir. He has retired. He retired in December. He has a brand new grandbaby, and he's decided he's going to go fishing. And a better public servant to the state of New Hampshire than Warren Perry, you probably couldn't find anywhere. Great man. He's been replaced by a retired Air Force colonel by the name of Nicole Desolé Bixler. And you may see her. She's across the way testifying at a Senate bill right now. Otherwise, she would be here.
So we'll look forward to seeing her because it's very helpful. Warren was so experienced that he could really help us.
Thank
on
you,
these issues.
Representative
Yeah.
Schmidt.
So
Are there
we'll
any
look
other
forward
questions?
to seeing Nicole shortly.
Are there any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative.
Nick Fry.
Good morning, Madam Chair and esteemed representatives. I just wanted to be available for any questions. So I don't know if there's any questions that OPLC can answer for this board.
Representative Broda, is this a procedural question? Well, no, this compact is new, but we are in a number of other compacts, correct?
That is correct.
Representative Saitek?
Well, you're the guy to answer. What's going on with dietitians from the military? Are they going to be coded in, or
Sure.
Where's the status of that?
Yeah, so we have a number of, we're in rulemaking process. So the legislature passed, as you guys well know, you passed a statute that requires the rules to be done, I think, by 2000, it's either 26 or 27. So we're in the process of we have 2 part-time rules coordinators as well as a full-time one, and they're in the process of going to each of the 57 boards and working with them on putting together rules. So I don't know specifically where dietitians is, but I can tell you that they are one of those 57 boards and they will be addressed.
Okay. Sometime.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. If we have any specific questions, we'll call you back.
All right. Thank you.
Courtney Costello.
Good morning. My name is Courtney Costello. I am a licensed dietitian and owner of a private practice here in New Hampshire. I'm here to express my support for House Bill 145, which proposes background checks for licensed dietitians and adopting the dietitian licensure compact. Requiring background checks for dietitians is vital to protect public safety. And Representative Lane, you asked a question about why that would be necessary, given that dietitians practice in group settings. I just wanted to clarify, a lot of times dietitians work in K through 12s. They also work on one-on-one with patients in either a private practice setting. That could be virtually, that could also be in person. So it's not just in group settings, it can also be one-on-one. So I think it's important that we protect the public safety and have safe practitioners practicing. The Dietitian Licensure Compact is a forward-thinking initiative with numerous benefits for our state. The compact improves access to care. In my practice, we have dietitians licensed in at least 7 states, yet we frequently encounter situations where a patient relocates to a state where their dietitian is not licensed. This disruption of care can be significant. In outpatient nutrition counseling, building rapport with patients is essential for creating personalized strategies that inspire meaningful behavior change. Addressing the complex challenges of food and nutrition often requires a deep understanding of the social and emotional factors influencing a patient's choices. Continuity of care is especially important for patients struggling with eating disorders. There's a shortage of dietitians who work with this population nationwide, but especially here in New Hampshire. Often these patients are students who go to college in another state. This disruption of care may not only be inconvenient, but it can be dangerous. Establishing trust with a provider takes time and cannot be easily transferred to a new practitioner. If you've ever tried to find a new primary care provider, you know how disruptive and time-consuming and frankly frustrating it can be. Telehealth is well suited for nutrition counseling. Our practice is almost exclusively telehealth. The compact expands telehealth opportunities, especially benefiting rural and underserved communities that struggle to access nutrition counseling services. Secondly, workforce mobility. As previously mentioned with the military, I think that's pretty straightforward. Certainly, the military does employ dietitians to do nutrition counseling and various other things. Lastly, economic growth. By removing barriers to practice, the compact attracts talented professionals to our exceptional state and broadens access to care for Granite Staters. In my practice, we have patients who live outside of New Hampshire for part of the year. For example, we have patients who live over the border in Massachusetts, but summer in New Hampshire, or patients who live in New Hampshire and then spend the winters somewhere down south. It's not realistic to obtain licenses in other states depending on where the patient spends their summers or winters. Currently, that revenue is simply lost for that portion of the year, and the care is disrupted. So in conclusion, House Bill 145 is a vital piece of legislation that enhances public safety, improves access to care, contributes to economic growth, and strengthens the dietetics profession. By implementing background checks and adopting the Dietitian Licensure Compact, our state can lead the way in ensuring high-quality, accessible nutrition services for all. So I urge the committee to pass House Bill 145. Thank you for considering my testimony. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Representative Saitek.
Are there states where dietitians are not licensed?
Yes.
Have I follow up?
Follow up, yes.
You have a client patient who lives. You mentioned telehealth, and I want to follow up on that because that's a bumpy road for me. I don't really have a good feel for it. Your patient moves to Colorado. Can you continue to, can you continue to work with that patient in another state? This is I don't know whether your
understand the
license
question.
here permits you to practice in Colorado.
So we have to be licensed where the patient resides.
Yes. With
So if the
telehealth,
patient-
the location in question is the one where the patient is, not where the doctor is.
Correct.
So you'd have to get credentials in Colorado, which is not likely to be a compact state. Well, in any case, you'd need credentials of some sort in Colorado.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Pierce.
To jump on Representative Saitek's question, though, in a state that does not have licensing at all,
No problem.
it shouldn't be a problem, right? You would have no prohibition of, because if there's no license, there's no violation,
Correct.
right?
And they would not be eligible to enter the compact because they don't have a license.
Sure. Okay.
Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I alluded in my earlier questioning of Mr. Grady to my previous service in the military. So I'm very concerned about situations where where a dietitian is working or food service is provided to a large number of people, such as in a hospital. We don't. We used to have lots of very large corporations. Frequently, they would provide food service at the job, on the job. Okay, that's less the case now than it was previously. But hospitals, for example, or other large entities that provide food service, it's a real problem if you have people who are working with food, providing food, who are not properly trained, because you can do a lot of damage when you're feeding a lot of people, obviously. So, do you know whether your organization, is checking on whether hospitals, for example, have licensed dietitians?
So in other words, the question is, are these entities ensuring that dietitians are licensed?
That's the underlying issue, of course, whether whether you have somebody working in a food service that provides that has access to a large clientele, where a bad egg, shall we say, can cause a lot of damage because they're feeding a lot of people. I frequently eat at the Wentworth Douglas Hospital cafeteria. My assumption is that their dietitians are licensed. So I'm going to get a better quality of food, a better quality of diet and food selection.
Excuse me, Representative Schmidt, the question of whether someone is licensed when they're working in a hospital is a matter of current statute. It has nothing to do with this bill.
Okay, well, I appreciate that clarification. That solves my problem. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any other questions? All right, yes, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you so much.
I have 3 people from the New Hampshire Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics. Are you together or separate? Separate. All right then. Kate Pfeiffer?
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair, committee members. My name is Kate Feifel. I am a registered dietitian and a licensed dietitian. I live and work in New Hampshire, just for the record. I'm here in support of the compact licensure, the dietitian compact bill and House Bill 145. I ask for your support. Some of the points I was going to make have already been spoken. I just wanted to emphasize it is a privilege compact similar to a driver's license, just to clarify if anyone was wondering. And we've already touched on the telehealth. I just wanted to emphasize that pre-COVID, we were fast approaching the transformation of the delivery of healthcare, which was telehealth. I was receiving working on my master's degree, and that was the topic. During COVID, we had to rely heavily on it. Thankfully, we had started that journey. Post-COVID, not only is it convenient, I believe consumers have grown to expect it, and we need it, as previously testimony was given about that continuity of care. We have to provide that continuity. We have a lot of rural communities in New Hampshire, and it's interesting to note that about 45 to 50 million Americans live in rural communities, and they actually represent the highest incidence of some of the top 5 chronic diseases. And so having access to be able to give the mobility to dietitians, especially living on a border state, if we can get our neighbors to also be part of the compact, allows for that mobility for the dietitian to work with the patients in the different states. And also, as already mentioned, our military and their spouses, they are constantly, as we've already heard, relocated, and it just streamlines that process for them. They have the highest unemployment rate, the spouses of military. I believe it's 21%. So this would help with their concerns as well. One point to make, and I think this was already said, was that the member state, or New Hampshire, would retain sole jurisdiction over the provision of all the requirements.
not the commission of the, not the compact commission has some rules, but New Hampshire would maintain that sovereignty. And to become I think you were asking earlier, Madam Chair, about the requirements. To become a registered dietitian, you have to meet a didactic program. It is a 4-year bachelor's degree, about 1,000 practical hours if you are accepted into the, it used to be a match program, now you're accepted into a program. Once you've completed that and met the requirements, you are eligible to sit for a national registration exam. The licensure further helps when you apply for that license. It also helps with the language of a lot of reimbursements through insurance require you to be licensed. And I'm not sure if that was mentioned earlier. So I just wanted to, again, emphasize that we want to protect that public health, the safety, the welfare of our residents, and to do so we need a little bit more than that reciprocity. We want to be able to keep that sole jurisdiction over all the jurisprudence that is met through our licensing requirements while we work with the other states. You have to maintain your home requirements, and so to be part of a compact and also be in the New Hampshire compact, you have to meet the jurisprudence of New Hampshire. And so I just wanted to make sure that that was clear as well. I'm happy to take any questions that someone might have.
Representative Sytek?
I have two questions.
Sure.
First, is you started by saying you're a registered and a licensed. What is the distinction? Why did you say that?
Yes, so to become a registered dietitian, you have to meet all of the requirements to take the national exam and pass it. And then you can, then to further protect that and protect the public, you have to apply for a license in order to practice in the state.
The second question is there is a national examination for dietitians.
That's what the registration exam is.
Yeah.
Just like a nursing exam, it's a national accredited, you have to meet certain requirements.
It's, or
That's part
engineers,
of
for that
our
matter.
credential. It's our national credential.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, Representative Pearson?
So they're tied together. In essence, you have to be registered to be licensed.
Correct.
And okay, and there's no. Oh, gotcha. All right.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yes, and in order to work in a lot of facilities, it's a requirement. To answer Representative Schmidt, to work in a hospital, you have to be a registered and licensed dietitian, whether you work in food service or in clinical care. The other point was that if you're working in a grant-funded program, you might work in community health, and some of these grants are short-term, and so a lot of dietitians do contract work in addition to private practice, and they're moving around from entity to entity, and so those aren't clinical settings, but they're short term. And so they need that mobility to move around, to have the flexibility to work in various locations, especially being on a border state. It just would make it would improve the mobility, improve the workforce, and also allow for that continuity of the care. So
Thank you. Representative Leon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is Massachusetts already signed to this compact?
no, they have not. They just signed their very first compact, which is the nursing compact, which is not the same as this compact structure. Massachusetts, New York, and California, I believe, are the only states that really aren't that compact heavy yet. New Hampshire is a little bit more than middle of the, we're actually on the higher end. There are 15 other occupational compacts, and they are working in Massachusetts and working on the language. Some of the states you mentioned, someone mentioned that don't have licensure. That's a very limited group, and that had to do with their own state legislature and passing that legislation. And I know they're all working on that in Massachusetts right now. Our academy we're working with the language of how their pathways could be to get to compact. That's where they're at right now.
Follow up?
And I probably should have asked a previous speaker, but do you know about Florida? Are they already signed? Because it's been mentioned both about people going from New Hampshire to Massachusetts and New Hampshire to Florida. So I'm looking to see how relevant this particular compact is for those higher need.
It's the other states
Yeah.
are Alabama, Nebraska, Ohio, and Tennessee.
Right.
Okay.
And then
Florida is extremely resistant to not only compacts, but other forms of reciprocity.
Okay.
They don't want people coming in and working.
we do have other dietitians who also
leave the state themselves. And I know of one in particular who lives in New Hampshire, and she goes to Arizona for 3 months of the year with her husband's job. And she's thought about maybe applying for a license there, but it's very tedious to follow the, the education requirements and that cycle and the New Hampshire license. So she has not, and she's really hopeful that maybe Arizona will adopt that compact where she can easily work in both.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Victor Muzzy?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Victor Muzzy. I am a captain with the state police that oversees the criminal records unit. And with that, obviously, the dissemination of both state criminal conviction and FBI related criminal histories. So we don't take a position on the bill per se, except to make everybody aware that where it includes an FBI record, in this case, this bill, should it pass, is going to be required to be submitted to the FBI legal unit for review and approval. That process, unfortunately, can take many months in order to receive that approval, review and approval. And it's, unfortunately, the law unit does not review draft language anymore, so we don't even have the ability to kind of proactively submit this to see if it's going to meet their standard relative to the dissemination of their record. So I offer you that. I see that the effective date would be 60 days after the passage. Should that happen, that's fine, except that the state police will not be authorized to disseminate any FBI record until it's been reviewed and approved by that outfit. So that certainly would be prohibitive, obviously, to the intended result here, which is to provide requisite information for folks making the determination about one's suitability. So I offer that information as a potential delay to be able to execute upon the bill.
Thank you. That's valuable information. As a side note, in previous years, we've had reports of backlogs for criminal record checks. Is that still the case? Or have you
Absolutely
cleared
not.
it?
Nope.
You've cleared it up. Oh,
Cleared it up. Completely cleared. Been cleared at least a year now.
excellent. Thank you very much, Representative Saitek.
This went a little fast. Would you mind walking me through what happens when you get a request for a criminal background check? What happens?
Well, I guess that I have to ask you for which part of the process. A state record check is typically name and date of birth driven. So if we have your name and date of birth, we can provide you a record that we may have based upon that name and date of birth. If we're talking about an FBI record check, that comes with a submission of fingerprints. And so, to say it quite simply, the FBI doesn't necessarily care what your name and date of birth is. They care what your fingertips look like. And that's how they identify folks within their records and in their system. And so really the benefit to that is you know who you're dealing with. It's difficult to change your fingerprints, as everyone's likely aware. Go ahead.
Of the chair.
Follow up. Yes.
This says criminal background check. What's that mean?
Well, according to the language that's presented here, that means a state criminal conviction check and an FBI.
And it's a two-part.
Yes.
deal. Okay.
Correct.
And
Sorry.
the FBI part could take months. State is fast.
Absolutely not. The approval for us to disseminate the FBI record check is going to take months. Once the approval of this language for us to disseminate their record pursuant to this language has been approved, it's going to be as quick as any check is today for an approved authorized statute. The FBI doesn't have any backlog. In fact, they're required to get back to us within 48 hours of our submission of fingerprints with a result. So
What takes the months?
the approval of the language. So in other words, I have to submit this RSA to the FBI legal unit, who is going to review within the confines of the RSA whether it meets the standard for dissemination under public law 92-544 for us to be able to disseminate their record.
Captain, that's a one-time thing.
Correct.
Okay, then after that.
Correct.
All right. Fine.
Correct.
Thank you.
One-time thing. That's what I'm saying, is this is brand new legislation. And even if it weren't, it was simply being modified. The approval process in order for us to disseminate the record can take months. That's the only thing that takes months. My apologies.
And you also said that they will not look at draft language. They'll only look at it after it's been signed by the
Correct.
governor,
They
essentially.
used to. They've discontinued that practice as of about a year ago because they were likely getting too many requests. So to remedy that situation, and we've seen a return on a submission in as little as 8 months, I think, and as long as we're still waiting for some, and it's been over a year for whatever reason. And it might be contingent upon the depth of review that is required based upon the submitted RSA. And so what I would suggest to somewhat alleviate this in the future, where it's involving, it's fine if it's just a state record check, right? A state record check is our record. We can do what we choose with it within state, no big deal. The effective date for those types of things that only involve a state check can come much more expeditiously. When we're talking about an FBI record, fingerprint supported record check, that's where we're at the mercy of the FBI legal unit, basically. And so my suggestion or recommendation would be, as we've testified for 2 or 3 years now, the sooner the state police criminal records unit can get involved in new or revised language that's being put forward in any session, the better, so that we can help craft that language with the sponsoring folks in order to make sure it'll meet what we believe to be the standard of the law unit. Additional to that, certainly making the effective date of those changes a year, 2 years out from when it passes would be helpful. Now, I know that's inhibitive in this case because we're talking about a compact and doing other things relative, that involve a criminal records check. However, that's about the only 2 suggestions that I can make to help alleviate a conundrum that we're going to find ourselves in where this has passed. The state is expecting us to be able to do it, yet we're at the mercy of the FBI who has yet to review and approve it. So.
Thank you. This bill would, if passed, besides the compact, it requires it for a criminal records check for every new license. Not for existing licensees, interestingly, but for any new licensee. And we had, how many was it? Like 20 or so new applicants every year. And there's almost 1,200 licensed dietitians. So this would put all of the criminal record checks would be on hold until the FBI finished their
Under the
finish their-
authority of
their
this statute,
authority.
yes. Yep.
Okay, thank you. And this will be going to subcommittee. So if you have any suggestions about the language, we would very much appreciate them because we'll be glad to work with you to make sure it doesn't trip up the FBI any more than necessary.
Certainly, and I think we will probably continue to track this, so we will likely appear at that subcommittee meeting. If we don't, what I can offer right in the first instance here is, I don't know, I think it's repeated several times in the first section here, where it refers to the office. Now, generally speaking, I understand that is likely the office of OPLC. However, that language in our recent experience with the FBI legal unit might be a little broad. They like to see things like will be released to the executive director, human resources administrator, a little bit more specific title, because the office can imply, well, is that the janitor in the office? Is that the administrative assistant and things? So while I'm not saying that it'll fail for that expressly, but myself and Christine
They
Shea.
might think about it longer.
Right. Myself and Christine Shea here, as the CSO and the compact officer for the state of New Hampshire, are basically charged with trying to vet these things ahead of sending them to the FBI. And our experience has been that many of the prior submissions we've had have failed due to being too broad, quite frankly. Sometimes we get a slight amount of feedback as to how to make it less broad or why it's too broad, but not very often do we get some sort of narrowing or focused language. So in reading this, having the word office there might be a little bit problematic, a little bit broad. And if that can be revised in some way, shape, or form to include a specific title of person or persons that would actually be receiving and reviewing the record, that may help.
It's certainly appropriate because we heard last year that whether it says executive director or office, it means the same thing. So if the FBI wants to see executive director in this language, that
Well-
seems like a straightforward fix.
Sure, and it's something more specific than office. So
Okay.
I apologize, Representative Sitek, for my broad definition, and I will reiterate that what I'm speaking about relative to any delay is simply the approval of this. Once it's been approved, it's business as usual, and record checks will be flying out the door and off the shelves just as quickly as we can with zero backlog. So the only backlog is initially upon approval of it. So sorry
Well,
about that
thank you, and
confusion.
I would be concerned that it would also stop the licensing of any state-specific dietitians because of that.
And I'm not aware now if this exists or if this is brand new. I
It's
understood.
brand new.
So I don't know that it would affect any other pre-existing statute that isn't this one. So for what that's
Probably
worth.
not, thank you.
Correct.
All right. Thank you for the information. Any questions? Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you referenced the fact that there was a tremendous bottleneck. This committee is familiar with the fact that the criminal background check was one of the major factors. Excuse me, one of the major factors in that bottleneck, and fingerprints were one of the key aspects that was causing problems because you have to get the fingerprinting is a highly skilled function involved in all of this, and if the fingerprint is improperly created by an inexpert
Yes.
official, usually a sworn officer, I think. But there are machines that can immediately recognize whether the fingerprint works or not, and also it can be immediately submitted electronically, and you can get a very fast. So but there weren't very many of these machines in New Hampshire at the time. Only about 40, I think. Are there more of them out there now? Because it's like lightning. You put your hand on the glass, the machine lights up green that the fingerprints are going to be good, and bang, it gets forwarded electronically. So we have one in Dover in the police department.
So I can answer that. Yeah, we are, I think, north of 90 machines now.
90?
90.
90.
Yep. And we will, I think, right now our maintenance budget will support, we think, about 100 without, increasing that maintenance budget. And so for the last several years, we have been successful in being able to deploy about 10 machines a year. We're at the point now where we're going to start replacing some of the older end-of-life machines, so we may only purchase 5 or so new ones. We've been fortunate enough to be able to purchase these machines through grant funding to buy the machine. It's the maintenance that we have to incur, the additional cost thereof. And just for the record, relative to an APHIS machine, it's called, you are correct. You do have to be trained to take fingerprints on an APHIS machine. That training is fairly simple, I suppose, in how to do it. It's the machine that's smart, not that the people aren't, but it's the machine that's smart and knows when a good print has been established or when there's an issue and things like that. So just to clear up any misconception, I suppose, given this opportunity, while the fingerprints are captured on the machine, they're not submitted as soon as you hit submit or as soon as you hit save. Those fingerprints actually have to be processed by a group of 8 people that we have in the office. So every fingerprint that's taken in the state, whether it's for an applicant or a criminal, which could be an applicant one day, it has to be actually processed by the folks on the criminal records unit before it's submitted to the FBI. That processing time is minutes, I'll say, for each of those files, if you will, or fingerprint submissions, but does require human intervention. So I don't want to quote television here or anything like that, but it's not quite as simple as you put your fingers on the box and a criminal record spits out the back of the machine. Not that that's what you said, sir, but just to clarify that there is a little bit in that process. What the APHIS machine does, though, outside of what we call ink prints, which is everyone's probably familiar with a fingerprint card with you dip your fingers in ink and you roll them on a fingerprint card. The machine obviously does save a few steps, not only in the quality control aspect of it, but obviously the submission of it being electronic, because for every inked card that we get in the office, and we still do get some, we actually have to scan those in to the system, whereby obviously the ones we get from the machine are already in the system for us to process. So it is a time saver. We have trained other entities to be able to use these beyond law enforcement. Some of the statutes now include language like a qualified law enforcement officer or a qualified employee of OPLC, for example, or Department of Education or something like that. We have trained and sat in on trainings for Department of Ed and other entities to sort of help enlarge, I guess, the folks that we have available for us to take fingerprints and capture those things and stuff. So we are pretty proud of the infrastructure that we have at the moment, and proud of the progress that we've made in the past couple of years in clearing up the backlog. And quite delighted to illustrate in every opportunity, because we know things are always delayed, right? So you folks were under the impression a few minutes ago that a backlog may still exist, but yet it's been a year or better, actually, really, where we have not had any backlog at all. But that message takes some time to get out there. And so we're in a pretty good position right now relative to the submission of fingerprints for required background checks and the turnaround time on those. And that has come at the diligent hands of the work that's been done by the unit over the past 2 years. So
I have a quick
Thank
follow.
you very much.
I have a quick follow-up. So one of
Yes,
the
Representative.
one of the bottlenecks was it had to be a sworn officer. Are these technicians you were talking about, are they considered sworn officers in terms of being able to process?
no.
No.
No, the bill in fact mentions that the fingerprints are taken by a qualified law enforcement agency or an authorized employee of safety.
Correct.
Does the OPLC have any qualified employees at the moment?
Not to my knowledge, but they certainly can if they call us.
Okay, well, that might make things easier for other cases. Thank you very much for your testimony. Other questions? Okay,
Thank you,
you're
Madam Chair.
good. It's good to know. Tina Layton?
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'd like to say I appreciate the time today given to me to speak in support of House Bill 145. I am a licensed registered dietitian and a certified diabetes care and education specialist. It used to be just diabetes educator, but they changed our credential. I currently hold 18 state licenses throughout the country. And I live in Deerfield, New Hampshire, and I worked at Dartmouth and Concord Hospital for many years, for about 20 years. I now work for a large company that makes remote patient monitoring devices. So we have a blood sugar meter, a blood pressure cuff, and a weight scale for heart failure. So I provide education to my patients across the country by phone, and I cannot talk to them until I'm licensed in that state, or if the state doesn't require licensure. One of my main focus is providing maternal health education to all 3 Medicaid programs in Georgia. So there are 3 major Medicaid programs in Georgia. The state passed a bill to cover maternal health in these rural areas, so these women can talk to me or one of my colleagues every 1 to 2 weeks about nutrition. We also have nurses, but again, I have to have a state license in Georgia in order to help these women. And they have gestational diabetes and high blood pressure and even pre-existing diabetes during pregnancy. The majority of my patients do have Medicaid. So we work with, I think, 8 Medicaid programs throughout the country in different states. And I've had patients, so one example I want to share with you is a patient story. We work with the National Association of Letter Carriers. And so my patient lived in Port Lyden, New York, which is about an hour above Utica, New York. So there's nothing up there. So I was not able to help this person with cardiovascular and diabetes education until I was licensed, and it took 6 months to license me in New York. I've had 4 background checks in 1 year for the state of Ohio, Nevada, Indiana, and the state of Washington. And I asked if I could share those results, and they said no. I'm providing written testimony. What I gave you today shows all my licenses and the fees that are associated with those and the due dates to renew.
Awesome.
All of the renewal dates are very different. Some go by your birthday, some are 1 year, some are 2 years. But basically, almost every month of the year, I'm renewing a license. So I really hope that you can hopefully support this bill. The RD, the Registered Dietitian, and the CDCES, Certified Diabetes Care and Education Specialist credential, are nationally recognized, but we just need a license in each state in the states that require licensure to help our patients in those states. I won't repeat what other people have said, but I am open to questions. If you have any questions, I can take that now, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there questions? Representative Sellers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So again, this has to deal with licensing, and I'm just trying to, I'm on the part that says, let's reduce licensing, but this is increasing it. So do you really see that this is really necessary? And as far as if I have telehealth, someone's helping me over the phone from another state, do they need to get a license here in New Hampshire if we pass this?
They do.
They do now.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, we a couple of years ago, we explicitly defined that in case of telehealth, if the patient's in New Hampshire, they require a New Hampshire license, except in very narrow circumstances. Follow up.
I did used to work at the WIC program for the state of New Hampshire, and we did not require a license. So a WIC can be a nutritionist, not a dietitian, so they can have their 4-year bachelor's degree. But as far as I know, they may not still need one, but when I worked for WIC, I did not need a license. But when you go into the healthcare field and deal with insurance reimbursements, you need a license. So
Follow up.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So again, I guess I'm looking at the background check on this is why is that necessary now where it wasn't necessary before?
I think in order to draw in order to be attracted by other states require the background check, and we never did. So I think when they created the compact language, they wanted to include some basic things that other states wanted, and quite a few of them do want background checks. And I know for me it's a lot of work and annoying because I had 4 in 1 year, but I think they made the rules a little bit more tight than less, in hopes that other states that already included the background check would come aboard. So Ohio was one of them, and they would not accept my background check from another state. And so I don't know. I think that's why. I think they're just trying to check all the boxes and make sure they get all the main points. CDR, the Commission on Dietetic Registration, is the governing body that oversees our dietitian credential. And so you cannot get to that point unless you have your bachelor's degree, your 1,000 hours of internship, you're passing the exam, you maintain 75 hours of continuing education every 5 years. So when all these other states ask for your undergraduate transcripts, your Social Security, I had one ask for a Social Security card, a photo. And they asked for my exam scores. I just think it's frustrating because if you get to the level of CDR, they make sure you have all of those things already there. And they do ask, have you had any felonies? You have to check off all these boxes that say, have you had anybody sue you and things like that. So, but yes, so I'm very passionate about this issue. So if you have any questions, I can, hopefully answer. Yeah.
Would it be fair to say that the compact is to solve the problems people have with other states' ridiculous requirements?
I think so. One ridiculous example, if I have time, my education was too old for New York State. I graduated in 1998. I've been a clinical dietitian, diabetes educator for 20 years. And they had to send my application to a separate council in order to see if I needed to take any more undergraduate coursework. And I was at UNH for 7 years. And so it kept getting delayed because my application had to get approved by a second board. So 6 months for New York. That was the longest one. And the fees are all different. Indiana is $20. New York was $294. So I feel like this would bring it all together and just make it a lot easier for us to give the patient care that we need. So also I work with a lot of dietitians and nurses from Louisiana, Texas, all over. And we gain diversity from learning from our fellow dietitians that work in these other states, and also from patients. So the patients what they eat in Texas is different than what we might eat up in New England. So we're very much surrounded by diverse food issues, cultural issues too, if you could say. So
Okay, thank you very much. Other questions? Okay.
Thank you.
Seeing none. Jennifer Chadburn?
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Jennifer Chadbourne. I live in Auburn, New Hampshire. I'm a registered dietitian. I'm also a certified diabetes care and education specialist, similar to Tina. I work as a clinical assistant professor at the University of New Hampshire in Durham, and I serve as the director of the telehealth curriculum for the UNH Center for Digital Health Innovation. I'm here today to speak in strong support of HB 145, the Registered Dietitian Licensure Compact. I have been a telehealth provider since 2015. My journey with telehealth started when I joined a startup that was aimed at delivering nutrition services remotely. And our goal was to reach underserved populations where long travel times and associated costs often prevented access to registered dietitians, and telehealth allowed us to bring services directly to those who needed it the most. However, managing cross-state licensure was a significant challenge, as you've already started to hear about today. Licensure, as you know now, is dictated by the state in which the client is located in. That means if I support someone who's traveling, I must be licensed in every state they pass through during our interactions. And I have had that scenario happen before, where someone was traveling across the country and it was very challenging to maintain care for that person. Cross-state licensure can also disrupt care for people like college students, those at UNH, who work with our on-campus registered dietitian but live across the border in Maine or go home to other states during academic breaks. At times, I held licensure in over 10 states, each with different requirements, fees, and renewal processes. For example, some states do require fingerprinting, which has been referenced already, while others require child abuse training. I believe that was Texas, if I'm recalling correctly. This was complicated to navigate, time-consuming, and costly. It also involved complex tracking of continuing education requirements and the fees associated in order to unintentionally let a license lapse. In another role that I held, we actually couldn't work to our full scope of practice as registered dietitians because the burden of obtaining licensure across multiple states was too great for the company who I worked for to pursue and maintain. As a result, our capacity to serve clients was highly limited. Countless times I found myself in conversations with clients equipped with the knowledge and skills to help them, but I was actually unable to do so simply because of licensure restrictions. These were critical missed opportunities and, if I'm being frank, quite frustrating moments for myself as a provider. HB 145, the Registered Dietitian Licensure Compact, addresses these issues by allowing dietitians to practice across state lines with a single license. This will enhance access to essential nutrition services, especially in our underserved and rural areas. It will also promote continuity of care, allowing patients to maintain relationships with their dietitian regardless of state boundaries. Moreover, this compact will reduce administrative burdens and costs, enabling dietitians to focus more on client care, which is what we want to spend our time doing. This efficiency benefits both dietitians and the healthcare system, leading to better resource allocation and improved outcomes, which is crucial right now in light of the workforce shortages that we are facing. Many of my students are rising nutrition professionals, expressed excitement at my presence here today, and not simply because I had to cancel class to be here, but because of the potential this bill has in shaping their future careers and expanding their reach in serving our communities. I urge you to support HB 145, the Registered Dietitian Licensure Compact, and appreciate your time in listening today, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No, I think the other people caught most of them.
I just wish
Pearson?
that you had brought your class with you.
They would have loved to be here, but they had other classes today besides just my own.
Oh, well, that shows how they feel about it. No other questions. Thank you for your testimony. Is there any?
I just going for your benefit, this is all being recorded, so your class can at least view the tape.
Yes.
If you can figure out how to get at it.
I will have to do that. I think they would enjoy it.
It's on YouTube. They'll
They are
probably
well
show
versed
it
in
to
YouTube.
They'll probably critique your performance.
I'm sure they will. They'll have lots to say.
All right. Is
Thank
there
you.
anyone else who wishes to testify on House Bill 145? Representative Damon, yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee. I think I'm the cleanup batter and I'll be brief. For the record, I'm State Representative Hope Damon, Sullivan County District 8. There are 9 towns. I will save the time of listing. And I serve on the Education Funding Policy Committee. However, I had a very rewarding 45-year career as a dietitian and diabetes educator, hence my personal interest in vigorously supporting this bill. I was hospital-based for the first several years of my career and then was in private practice in New London for 35 years. As has been noted, there are situations where people are mobile. We're an increasingly mobile society. Many of my patients were people with complicated diagnoses such as diabetes and eating disorders. These are not conditions that go away. We don't have cures for them. They need treatment for a lifetime, and the treatment needs to be kept up to date to fit the patient's needs and increasing knowledge. Dietitians develop a relationship with their patients, as do many healthcare providers, and it is hard for people to transition to other folks. So both for mobility reasons, whether it's a snowbird who winters in the South, or a college student, or people who work remotely from different parts of the country, this would really facilitate continuity of care. I would further note, and this has not been said, when I retired in December of 22, and I had decided to retire and close my practice the winter before, and that I would spend that year winding down, if you will. The hardest part of doing that was that there were not enough people available to refer my patients to. And I had already gone from a very busy full-time practice to 3 days a week, and I had stopped taking new patients 18 months before I closed my practice. And yet, for the significant number of remaining patients, finding people who were taking new patients who had serious eating disorder or complicated diabetes situations, the wait lists were so long. It was very distressful to both me and my patients. If we had this compact in place at that time, in December 22, it would have been a whole lot easier to line folks up with providers to give them the continuity of care that they need and deserve. So, I think the other points that I would make have been said. I would just throw in one other piece. When people are newly diagnosed with a condition, that is often the time when they are most receptive to acquiring knowledge and changing behaviors to take good care of themselves. So if we are telling a person, say with newly diagnosed diabetes, that they can't be seen by a dietitian diabetes educator for 3 months, we're kind of saying, but you'll be okay, your condition's not that significant, which is not true. So again, timeliness of care and continuity is very important. Thank you for the time and effort you all put in. Happy to answer questions now or subsequently.
Any questions? Representative Sellers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So your belief in this compact will actually ease that case, because I've seen it in other practices as well. I have a grandson that's waiting 6 months to see a dentist that will actually pull a tooth, for example. So you think this compact will actually ease that because you'd be able to get people from other states?
Correct. Whether via telehealth or by the reality that if you're a bordering state and you don't need multiple licenses, I didn't reiterate in my testimony, but I had a Vermont license as well as a New Hampshire license because living in New London or working in New London, I was close enough that I had crossed the border. But yes, and I empathize with the dental situation, which is an acute problem as well.
Other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on House Bill 145? All right, they don't see any. In that case, I'm closing the public hearing. This will go to subcommittee, and the House Bill 214 the hearing will be postponed to 12:59. Well, it's before House Bill 227. And we will be there for that one.
You know what?
What? Yes, please. Ah, how sweet.
Yeah, well.
Robin's actually in a left today, but she'll be back.
Hello and welcome back to EDNA. I will open the hearing for House Bill 214 and invite Representative McGuire up.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Carol McGuire, Merrimack District 27. And House Bill 214 is a request of the OPLC to clarify the rulemaking authority and other statutory sections with regard to recreational therapists and respiratory care practitioners. It's as requested, so if you have any questions, I'll try to answer them. I will mention that the first section is a very nice and breakdown of the rulemaking authority, so I can recommend that to other people if you're looking for a good one. Anything else?
Any questions from the committee? Representative Grota?
Thank you. Representative McGuire, does this bill result from the transition of the recreational therapist to an advisory board?
I don't know for sure if that was the main or the only reason, but it was definitely affected by it.
Thank you. I have a question. After the testimony in the previous bill about the background checks, did you have a chance to see if this language meets what was suggested on the other bill? Or if we should reach out to them?
It looks to me as though that if it's going to go forward, it should have the executive director language inserted in a couple of different places. So it would need to be examined. If there are other issues, if there are no other issues, I'll work on an amendment. Otherwise, it'll have to go to subcommittee.
Other questions from the committee? Representative Sellers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So again, I'm looking at this, of course, I'm new to EDNA, so forgive me. But I mean, background checks, I mean, why is, I get in some cases they're necessary, but I don't understand why we're, forcing these. Could you
That's a
help
very
me out
good
there?
question. It's, as I said, this was a request, and I didn't question whether they already had or really needed background checks. I kind of think you may be totally right, and it's unnecessary.
Representative Bailey? Oh, could you turn your microphone on, please?
I've noticed in the past that there was sometimes a definitional thing up front that's saying OPLC is equal to the office, and then you can say office. Is that the solution to the prior one and this one?
It does say this at some places, not in the bill directly, but from the lieutenant, I got the impression that the FBI was only looking at that specific section. So if we wanted to include a specific section talking about FBI background checks, we ought to make sure the language is the way they like it.
Thank you.
Other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Mr. Fry, would you like to come? Thank you. Nick Fry from OPLC.
Good afternoon. So appreciate you guys having me. And I want to start with his question about background checks. So part of the process is trying to have a universal standard for folks that are in healthcare. Everyone, nurses, doctors, or physicians are subject to that criminal background check. Recreational therapists, which were previously under Allied Health. If you go to the Allied Health statute, there's actually a criminal records statute that reflects in that. So what we're trying to do with respiratory care is to bring them into the same umbrella that the rest of the healthcare professions are in.
Thank you. That's helpful. Representative Pearson?
Thank you. In reference to the discussion we had on the prior bill and apparently on this bill as well, as far as the language that the FBI seems to like for that, do we already have one that's been vetted in one of the 57 variety boards that we have? Do we already have one that the FBI's come back and been okay with that we can just use as a model for the rest of them?
That is a great question. That's actually the question I was asking the officer or the captain when after he finished testifying. He did give me a statute for Department of Education to take a look at, so we may be able to borrow some language from that and hopefully just make sure that it's universalized.
Follow up. Department of Education is not under OPLC.
Yep.
So that's not going to work. I need something that has come through the OPLC, and that way, as an agency, right? Because the point of the OPLC was to consolidate and make things streamlined and similar and all that, right? So if we have a standard background check paragraph that we use in these statutes that have the requirement of a background check, then I think that might make life a lot easier, right, for the office.
I agree, and I understand what you're saying, but so the point that he was getting at is instead of using like broad language of office, getting into the specifics. So I'm not saying this is going to be a perfect statute to look at, but I think what he was getting at in recommending us to look at that is that statute uses executive director, for example, or language that would be similar to that, right? So we want to use, moving forward, I think what he's saying is we need to use language that's more specific to folks that are actually, or positions that are in the office. So if we can take a look at that statute and see how they've done it, right? So if they have their head and their general counsel, I don't know because I haven't looked at this statute yet, and then try to model ours after that so that we're using similar language that the FBI would have looked at in their statute.
We could probably look at the physicians or nurses or any of the other statutes we've dealt with in the last year.
Correct, because one of these boards must have already been approved.
I
by
don't
the
disagree
FBI,
with that. I think what
right?
he's saying is the problem is the expediency of it, right? So if we're using this broad language, even if those have been previously approved, that may be what the hiccup is. So his recommendation was if we start using more specific titles.
And to me, it would, and if I can ask a question, is your understanding that we may have some that previously were approved by the FBI that may not be quite as tied up as they would like today? And if we don't have that language in the OPLC, you want to look to another more recently enacted background check language from any other part of state government that we know was approved by the FDA and this FBI in this program, so that we can get as close as we can without perhaps opening up another one and asking them for a review on something that's already functioning.
Correct. I think what he's saying, or at least as I understood it in speaking with him, is that it's not that our statutes aren't getting approved, but they're being held up. And it seems like this sort of more specific language of what are the positions in the agency that are reviewing these criminal background checks is helping those move forward quicker.
Thank you. Representative Bailey?
But in the past, I think they've told us that saying executive director was the same as saying office, but just you put a specific person's name or title in there. She or he is not looking at every single one. Somebody in the office is doing that. So it's isn't this all a distinction without a difference?
So I believe you've dealt with some of the rules with Department of Health and Human Services, and I remember on some of those we have said the commissioner or designee. And what we probably would ask you, if it's a reasonable ask, is to see if or designee is something that's been accepted elsewhere.
Yep.
Thank you. Representative Sellers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be honest, what I'm getting hung up with is the criminal background check, okay? And to me, if you need to get relicensed or new, you have to have one of these submitted. And not only that, I mean, it's one thing having a records check. It's another thing having your fingerprints. I mean, I just think it's over intrusive on government to be forcing this on just because a person needs a license. In this case, recreational therapist and so on, right? So, I mean, do you really think that these people really need a criminal background check? I mean, Will it ever stop there? Will it be plumbers and carpenters and electricians next?
I think the concern in healthcare is just the ability to work with a patient one-on-one. So, what the boards are looking for when they see these applications is it's more serious offenses of, physical assault, sexual assault, those sorts of things. So every board that has a criminal record check, we're working on putting together what's called a matrix, so that if someone has a minor conviction, that's never going to make it to the board's desk. Those people get licensed without being held up.
Follow up?
Thank you. So if I had a criminal background and because of theft or whatever, and it was whatever, I went to jail and they have my fingerprints and all that, I probably wouldn't be able to get a license. I mean, to me, it's just we're becoming a nanny state. I mean, it doesn't make sense where we need this criminal background. I'm okay with everything else, but the criminal background. Is there any way that you feel comfortable without that part in there?
So I want to clarify a little bit. So the process that the legislature has put in place for a review of a criminal record check and whether it disqualifies you from becoming a licensee under a board is RSA 332G:10. That sets up a burden of proof of clearing convincing evidence that's on the state. So it's a very, very high standard for, I should probably preface with this. I've been the hearings examiner before I took over this position of general counsel with the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification since October of 2021. I've done a lot of these hearings. There are very few, very, very few where someone walks away without a license. And of those hearings, right, the majority of people that are applying are not even going to a hearing. So the legislature, I think, has set up a fair statute that protects the public, but also ensures that we're getting folks licensed.
One more follow-up, Representative.
Thank you. I was just going to say, so has the public come to you saying we need criminal background checks on these licensures because they feel unsafe?
I've only been in this position for a few months, so I can't answer that question really well. But in my few months that I've been here, no, would be the answer. Yep.
Representative, one of the areas is people assume certain people are background checked, like people assume library volunteers are, even though they aren't. So it's just a matter of standardization. So that's something that I think we can discuss as a committee as well later on. Representative DeVries.
Madam Chair, thank you. Would it be fair to say that under this matrix, somebody who was convicted of sexual assault then would probably not meet the licensing requirements and therefore not have access to one-on-one patient care, including with minors? Is that something that would be checked, that the criminal background check would address?
Right. So the background check would address that. And I just want to be clear too. Internally, we are not denying people just because they have a conviction, they get a hearing. They get a hearing under RSA 332G:10 with that same burden of proof that I was talking about that is placed on the state.
Follow up.
Thank you. So it would trigger, if you found something like that on a criminal background check, it would then trigger hearing?
Yes.
Correct. Thank you very much.
Yep.
And I will ask a question on this as well. I know in some other areas we have, especially in teacher licensing, we spell out specifically which convictions are disqualifying. My question would be if it's just more of an issue where right now the hearings officers are working through and they have a good way of understanding the difference between indecent exposure because somebody thought a bush was in the way when they couldn't make it inside versus an indecent exposure that is far more indecent. And is it some of that discretion on the part of the hearing officers to understand the true nature of the conviction?
So yeah, so the board is the fact finder. It's similar to how our disciplinary hearings work. So the board is the fact finder. The presiding officer or the hearings examiner is basically makes the legal decisions. So the hearings are set up to hear the facts of the case, the specific facts of the case to determine whether the conviction is such that it should disqualify the person for public protection reasons.
Thank you. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Is there anybody else here to speak on House Bill 214? Seeing none, I will close this hearing and move over.
All right. I'll open the hearing on House Bill 227, and I call Representative Land.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 227 is one of those bills that I think should be pretty simple. However, that's why we're having a hearing and having a chance to discuss it. Right now, there are 2 different school psychologist psychotherapy licenses, and the Department of Education is also enabled to create other licensing for psychotherapy in the schools. To me, that would seem to relieve any need that they would have for licensing within the schools. So you would not need an exemption for anybody who is employed by a state, county, municipal agency, or other political subdivision, or a duly chartered educational institution. So the idea of having people who are not licensed to practice psychotherapy permitted to do so without a license in our schools is quite troubling. We have resources in our schools, perhaps not as many as we would like, but when you're speaking about a vulnerable child, it's even more important to make sure that there are appropriate standards for those who are offering these services. I also want to note that there is another exemption for the psychotherapy licensing, and that's when you're working for some sort of company or nonprofit that takes on the financial, ethical, or moral responsibility for you because you are not licensed. There is only the broad responsibility of that of local government or the educational institution, because ultimately, if the government does somebody wrong, the taxpayers are on the hook for that problem. Allowing private institutions to take that responsibility allows them to take that risk. However, state government already has a fantastic way to ensure that only those people with appropriate training and knowledge can participate in licensed activities like psychotherapy. And so waiving that without waiving that just seems to be a bit too far. We already have our processes, we already have our standards, and I believe that it is in the public's interest to remove this exemption to licensing so we can ensure that everybody who is practicing psychotherapy is doing so with appropriate care. With that, I'm happy to take questions.
Representative Rhoda?
Thank you, Representative Leon. So on the exemption from, did you say that the Department of Education had standards and could issue a license for a school psychotherapist, or did I misunderstand what you were saying?
So, thank you for the question. There are 2 different classifications of school psychotherapists in RSA 329B. 329B also gives the Department of Education the ability to create another alternative process should it be necessary.
Follow up.
And this bill eliminates that option.
No, this bill does not touch that Department of Education process for additional licensure. What this bill does is it removes a full and complete exemption from licensing for psychotherapy services at these institutions. So what this means is most of what people are held to for psychotherapy is done through the licensing. If you look, the conversion therapy ban is fully enforced through licensing statutes. So if you're not licensed, there's nothing that stops you from doing potentially horrible things to people. With this, you could have a teacher who's not licensed for psychotherapy doing things that we have deemed completely inappropriate with no real way of addressing that, because that's not anywhere in the teacher's in the teacher's contract or the teacher's requirements, because normally that type of thing, which should never happen, would happen in something that's licensed through psychotherapy.
Representative Pearson?
I have a question for you. considering the nature in which the topic of this covers other committees that we have in the House, is this a two-bill committee or a two-committee bill rather?
Let me look it up and get back to you on it. I think not.
It was not when I reviewed it earlier.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. All right.
Probably not.
Okay. Second
Okay,
one.
that's fine.
I'm kind of like dealing with a little bit of internal shock right now that we're even that this even exists. Wow. Okay. Looking at state, county, municipal agency, or other political subdivision, or duly chartered educational institution. Can you help me out on what duly chartered educational institution covers?
Thank you. That's a great question and is one of the problems of having our laws be built upon each other as opposed to going and looking more holistically about everything that's impacted by each of these bills that we deal with. When I was looking and trying to trace through the breadcrumbs of all the changes to the statute, I don't know how many years I went back trying to find when this was actually inserted in the law, but it's old. And many, many, many parts of our protective statutes for psychotherapy have changed and been added to and created since the time that this exemption was put in place. I think at one time it served a purpose, but I think at this point it is old and antiquated and should be put out to pasture.
Okay. Other questions? Representative Sellers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So on that note as well, I'm just making sure this is not going to affect the private schools?
Thank you for that question. I'm not sure. It says duly chartered educational institution. I would have a hard time if the only way that this wouldn't impact the private schools would be if they weren't allowed to have unlicensed people practicing psychotherapy today. If a private school is included in this, then it would separate them from this and mean that they need to be licensed. If they're not, then they can't do that anyways. There is a separate exemption for clergy and for other groups where there's other exemptions. I'm not removing all the exemptions from the law, but what I'm focusing on is state, county, municipal, or political subdivisions or the educational institutions, because I think our law has evolved to become a lot richer, and this is antiquated.
Mhm. Yeah. It depends on whether a private school falls under a chartered educational institution.
Yes.
Follow up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just, I'm getting hung up with these three words, chartered educational institutions. Does that cover our public schools? I just.
Yeah, that's my understanding is that would cover our public schools.
Because they are.
They're also
chartered.
a political subdivision because our school districts are political subdivisions.
All right. Representative Schmidt?
Is this going to go to a subcommittee?
Well, I was hoping it wouldn't be necessary.
Well, the thing is, because we have the sponsor, do we have any other pink cards of people who are going to speak to us about this issue?
There is Mr. Fry from the OPLC is available for questions.
Because I think this is kind of a drop dead bill, and so to the degree that we don't have anyone who's a practitioner of these activities or oversees them or whatever, I think we're standing on the diving board in the night wondering whether there's any water in the pool before we dive off.
May I answer that question?
Please.
We're actually speaking about people who are not overseen by anybody. There is absolutely no oversight of people who are exempted from the licensing statutes. So you have people who legally are allowed to practice medicine without a license, and this is removing that exemption so that they would have to be overseen.
I understand the premise of the bill, but I just would like to have a little bit more of a he said, she said treatment of the matter. I understand that it's like a trapdoor you don't see, but I will abide by whatever the community thinks.
Apparently, the psychological committee or the psychologist community didn't think this was important enough to register because we've dealt with them before and they are they feel no difficulty in jumping in and letting us know if there is an issue.
And Madam Chair, they
Is
are
that
aware of this bill because they spoke to me about it and they said that they had no problem with that because I'm not saying that this is an official statement, but the message that I received was that they had no problem with this because they believe that people should be licensed in order to practice psychotherapy. And it didn't raise to enough of a bar for them to come to this hearing.
Okay, thank you. That's good to know. All right. Let's see what they got there. Exemptions. All sorts of stuff here. Yeah, there's specific definition of what a school psychologist and either at the doctoral or the specialist level in statute and in rules. There's a section where unlawful practice. Okay. So it said unlawful for any person to do this except unless they are licensed or under the direct supervision of a licensee. So that's there. And so I think that the question is whether your county jail can employ someone to perform psychotherapy on the inmates without a license, and apparently this says, sure, no problem.
I think so. And the question is whether inmates also deserve that same same standard to have licensed professionals.
Representative Bailey?
All of this being said, I kind of begin to wonder about the fiscal note. If there are people out there in the world practicing psychology or without a license, and now we're going to take away that exemption and require it, are we going to have to be hiring certified psychologists? Wouldn't that be more expensive than uncertified people who are doing it now?
Well,
Representative Pearson wants to jump in on
My
that.
question to that would be how expensive is one massive lawsuit? I mean, we're looking at a
No, I'm not
$350 million lawsuit right now out of the Sununu Center. So
I'm not questioning that. I guess I'm questioning that it's going to be less than 10 grand for the next 3 years. Well, not if you have to hire a whole bunch of people that are certified now.
I believe, although this is purely my judgment, they're saying we don't know of anybody who's actually doing this. If there's just a couple, it's 1 or 2 licensing fees, which will be used by the OPLC.
And I didn't mean to question the benefit of this, just that the fiscal note doesn't seem to make sense.
Oh, well, I'm sure that they primarily considered licensing fees and not the effect of say your county jail having a $20,000 a year person doing psychotherapy, and then they'd have to upgrade.
Thank you.
See who they talk to. Yes. Representative Grotto?
Thank you. So I'm reading section 2 of the RSA, and you want to eliminate section 1. You want to repeal 1, and why not 2? Because this says that the Department of Education can credential individuals with the title certified school psychologist. But a psychologist and a psychotherapist are not the same thing. So why would you not wipe out the whole thing?
I think that's a good point. I think that we first want to look at having people who are completely unsupervised and completely unaccountable to anybody. I think that that may actually go to some of the cost issue. I don't know if, I didn't look to see if anybody was licensed under those statutes from the Department of Education because I wasn't looking to impact those. I was just looking to looking to address the completely unlicensed practice of medicine. And I'd be happy to look into that one and see if we should do that next year in order to remove that from the Department of Education, whether that would be correct or not.
Follow up?
I think it's something that we can check for this year. I don't see why we can't talk about this in subcommittee if it goes to subcommittee, because I think that's an important point.
Thank you. I'll reach out to the Department of Education and get information from them.
Okay.
But my only fear in that is that if we go that one more paragraph, is that paragraph the purview of the education committee and not ED&A? I mean, are we crossing crafts here in essence? Are we, you know what I mean? Is that going to start to make that a two committee bill in essence? That's just my only fear with that is.
And I think that's a really good point.
You
We
know.
don't want other committees doing ED&A's work.
Mm-hmm. I believe that the title. Yeah, that's interesting. I think it does need a little bit of checking to see what they're doing. But I did notice further up, there's a definition in B15A of what a licensed school psychologist has, the requirements. So I think that to look into whether that covers all the people that the Department of Education will credential or not would be worthwhile. Sorry about that. I think it's going to go to subcommittee. I apologize.
No, just so I understand, since I know where this is going. Instead of taking the exemption route, changing the definition route to cover this instead?
That would be legitimate. We just don't want, the purpose is not to explicitly allow local governments to hire unqualified individuals.
Sure. Okay.
And my understanding was that the Department of Education would be additive to repealing this section, not repealing this section.
Okay, well, all right, well, we will let this go to subcommittee. Any further questions or issues to be brought up? Okay, I don't see any. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on House Bill 227? Actually, Mr. Fry, do you have answers to any of our questions? Thank you.
Oh, is it off? There we go. So the fiscal note question, when we wrote that fiscal note, we based it off the instructions for the fiscal note worksheet, which was to base it off of what is the impact on OPLC. So that's why, as Representative McGuire was saying, it was really more, we were focused on what is the impact on licensing.
Yes, they also asked the Department of Corrections and Health and Human Services. So apparently it's not a common thing in other venues.
Are there any other questions I can answer?
I don't see any, but thank you for that information.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else wish to testify? All right, seeing none, I will close the hearing and right on schedule, open the hearing on House Bill 236 and call Representative Bunds.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and good afternoon, members of the committee. It's my pleasure to be here today with you to introduce House Bill 236. For the record, my name is Chris Munns. I am one of the 4 state representatives, along with Representative DeFries from Rockingham District 29, representing the town of Hampton. When I was in business school, accounting was not one of the disciplines I, shall we say, easily embraced. I spent many Saturday mornings in supplemental classes offered to me and the few others of my classmates who were clearly not getting it. That's why when I told some of my classmates at our 5th reunion that I was the financial controller of a business unit, they were shocked. It's also why I have the utmost respect for anyone who invested the time and effort to become a certified public accountant. To become a CPA in New Hampshire today, you must earn a bachelor's degree or higher with 150 semester hours from an accredited college or university, complete 30 semester hours of accounting courses, including financial accounting, management accounting, auditing, and taxation, complete 24 semester hours of business courses, pass the uniform CPA exam, have no felony record, gain at least 1 year of full-time experience in accounting and/or audit skills, and apply for and obtain it at a cost of at least $150 a license to practice in the state. That license must now be renewed every 2 years, and to do so, a CPA must complete 40 hours of approved continuing professional education courses per year and a minimum of 4 hours of ethics training for each renewal period. So in other words, someone who is currently a CPA put in a great deal of time, effort, and money to pursue that career path, and they should be justifiably proud of the accomplishment and the fact that they can include the title CPA after their name. But then, once they retire and their license lapses, they are no longer allowed to include that title after their name. HB 236 permits the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification to grant an individual who has retired and previously held a certificate as a certified public accountant the honorific title of CPA retired. Any individual who is granted that title may use it on a business card, letterhead, email signature line, or any other document or device, but they may not use it to represent themselves or allow themselves to be represented as a current practicing CPA. They may not also perform or offer to perform services for which a license, certificate, or permit may be required under state law. Not only is this a relatively simple way to recognize a lifetime's worth of work by these dedicated professionals, it permits them to let organizations they may want to volunteer know that they have a particular skill that might be of significant benefit to those organizations. Someone with the title CPA retired, for example, will not be able to complete and sign off on the audited financials for their local food pantry or family animal shelter, but they could certainly help those nonprofits organize and report their financial results. And knowing that a CPA retired is helping to oversee their finances, that could very well help those organizations in their fundraising efforts. This bill was requested by the Board of Accountancy, and it has been reviewed by the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification. While I cannot say whether OPIC supports the bill, they certainly did not have any issues with the way it is worded. I urge you to recommend this bill as ought to pass to our colleagues in the House, and I'm happy to try to answer any questions that you may have. But as I mentioned, accounting is not necessarily my thing, and I believe there are some real accountants here who can answer any detailed questions that you may have. Thank you.
Are there questions? Representative Pearson.
Let me give you the hypothetical that you kind of just explained. So you retire, right? I'm a licensed EMT. I retire from the fire service. If you were to have a business card, or if you were to put simply that you are a CPA retired, what law would you violate in just listing such a thing? In other
It's-
words, is this practice illegal?
309B14. I think it's Roman 2. Oh, no, Roman 3. No person not holding a valid certificate or practice privilege shall use or assume the title or designation certified public accountant or the abbreviation CPA or any other title, etc., tending to indicate that such person is a CPA.
Sure.
So
But if you put CPA retired on a business card, have you violated the law?
I believe the accountants are concerned that it might be so considered.
So that's why what this bill would do is was create a new section in that RSA that specifically allows someone to have the CPA retired status.
I will say that looking at that section, there's about a page and a half of restrictions on the use of the title. So it's fairly extensive that you can't call yourself various accounting type things without a license. And I'm not sure what whether this whole new title is exactly necessary, but Representative Saitek?
Well, I'm prepared to vote for this violation of the First Amendment. It's the truth. You're a retired CPA, and our state law should have nothing to say about that.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? All right, I don't see anyone.
Thank you very much.
And Mr. Fry, any comments?
No specific comments, just to say we don't take any position on the bill.
Okay. Anyone else wish to testify? Yes, please. What's that? Representative Leanne has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you. Would there be a cost to doing this retired status certification?
Yeah, so when we put together the fiscal note worksheet for this, we presumed a one-time cost.
And would you, as a follow-up, would you need to have any authorization to charge a fee for that one-time cost?
I don't believe so. I had a back and forth with this with someone at the legislative office, and I cited RSA 310, 4 or 6. I can't remember which of the two statutes, but it's our fee statute, and it gives us the authority to do administrative fees.
Thank you.
If we're going to be making any other changes, I would recommend we explicitly authorize the fee, because it may not be 100% necessary, but it's certainly recommended.
Thank you. That would be appreciated.
All right. Richard Silverman or something.
I'd like to thank, first of all, Representative Munns and Senator Altshuler for sponsoring the bill and and Representative Munns providing some excellent background on surrounding this bill. I would like to provide some further elaboration concerning the bill that may help you in your determination. My name is Richard Silverman. I have been an actively licensed CPA in New Hampshire for 49 years. I currently serve on the New Hampshire Board of Accountancy and was the previous chairman. I also have served on the board of the National Association of Boards of Accountancy, also known as NASBA. I come before you to ask your support for H.R. 236, a bill to allow a CPA to use its honorific title, retired CPA. The CPA license allows the licensee to provide auditing and attest services and opine and sign financial statements. Currently, when a CPA no longer wishes to provide these services, there are two choices: either apply for inactive status or let their license expire. In 2018, CPA's retired status was adopted by the Uniform Accounting Act. The Uniform Accounting Act is an evergreen model act designed to achieve several objectives. As the name suggests, the act provides the goal of uniformity. In addition, the act provides public protection and promotes high ethical and professional standards. It's a collaboration of NASBA, the National Association of Boards of Accountancy, and the American Institute of CPAs, which is a trade organization for CPAs. Currently, 22 states have adopted the retired status. With others, it is under consideration. For those states that have adopted the status, many CPAs have applied and been granted this status. As it appears in the Uniform Accounting Act, the CPAs who are at least 55 years of age may place their license in retired status and not continue with certified continuing professional education requirements. For those CPAs at the end of their career, this provision offers an exception to ensure that they can continue to offer a limited number of volunteer, uncompensated services to the public, but cannot provide auditing and attest services. Nothing in this statute should preclude a retired CPA at least 55 years of age from providing volunteer or uncompensated services, tax preparation services, participating in a government-sponsored business mentoring program, serving on the board of directors of a nonprofit or a governmental organization, or serving on a government-appointed advisory board. Licensees may only convert to CPA status if they have held or hold a license in good standing with the state of New Hampshire. I would appreciate your support on this important bill and welcome any questions you might have.
Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here. You're the lone stranger to begin with, and I hope we will look and see if there's anybody online watching the hearing. But you already spoke to the initial question I had with regard to what other states may have done or be doing. Are you aware of how long this concept has been in existence in other states and what kind of a result or reaction it's had?
Well, like I said, since 2018, it became part of the Uniform Accountancy Act. So that's when states started to adopt it. And I know from talking to one other chairman of one of the other boards, state boards, that within the last 2 years has passed it, they had a significant amount of CPAs who were in this inactive or expired status apply for it and were granted it.
Mm-hmm.
So it has been popular in the states that have accepted it.
Well, I just will say that
Follow up.
that as a regular user of CPA services over a number of years, I recognize the tremendous expertise that you have to do the job, and you have to have nerves of steel to be willing to take on. I haven't brought in a shoebox full of, but I know it's a common phenomenon that you have to wade through. So
And your
good luck.
question?
Would you believe that?
Yes.
Are there any questions? Representative Pearson?
What happens? So, the status, you have to be, you had to be a CPA, had to make 55 years of age and all that. What happens if you enter into the retired status and decide you want to go back
Next one.
to being a CPA and you don't want to necessarily be retired anymore? What happens then?
You can reapply, and you have to present evidence of continuing professional education under the current requirements of granting a license.
So follow
There is a section of the statute on license reinstatement, and coming back from retirement would qualify.
Right, because currently some CPAs are in the category I discussed earlier, which is the inactive status. and there is a provision for them to come back, and that would apply to retired CPAs as well.
So they would be treated as inactive. Okay.
Well, actually, they're more restricted. Inactive can do, I thought,
They can't.
there's some other things that inactive CPAs can do?
No.
No? Okay, well then why don't we just retitle the inactive to retired?
The inactive is really there so people who want to come back into the profession for some reason, have gone into industry, don't want to do the current CPE, have done it. Retired is more for people like myself that want to serve on boards and serve the public and don't have any desire to work anymore.
Thank you. All right, any other questions? All right, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on House Bill 236? All right, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing.
Do we have anybody, Madam Chair, do we have anybody online who's been watching the hearing?
I don't think we can see that.
We can't tell, as far as I know. Representative Pearson, do you think we should go into executive session on this? Okay, let's go into executive session on House Bill 236. Does someone have a motion?
I'm
Representative
getting a hairy
Pearson.
eyeball from Jackie. So, sure, I'll make the motion to auto pass 236.
All right, Representative Pearson moves on to pass.
I'll second that.
Representative Sellers, all right. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
Sure. I think it was well explained. The questions were answered. I had no idea that CPAs were very specifically restricted in the way they could identify themselves retired, which I agree with Representative Sytek in the sense that how is this even a thing? So this seems like there's no risk to the public here. It's not I don't think it's deceptive in any way. So I see no issue with it.
Thank you. Representative Sellers, do you wish to speak to your second?
I was going to say yes, thank you, Madam Chair. We old people still like titles.
Okay, that's very true, Representative Broda.
So if we pass this, there's nothing in here that says that they have to, that OPLC can charge a fee. And first of all, I'm sort of on the fence on this bill because I can't think of any other profession where you can't use your title and say you're retired. So I don't know why. I mean, the CPA board may not like it, but so what? I'm trying to,
Can I throw a 180 at you, Representative Grota?
You can throw me whatever you want.
Okay, so with all the other professions, there's no restriction to say that you are retired necessarily. Like, why here? Why this one specifically being prohibitive in statute? When I retired from the fire
it doesn't
service,
say that they can't say that. Is that
But
what
it
says?
does.
No, there are a lot of explicit restrictions on calling yourself a CPA. It's not clear that calling yourself a retired CPA would violate that law.
From what I understand, what the chair is saying, and I remember when we went through all the CPA stuff, there's nothing that says they can't say CPA retired. It's not in statute. They're assuming that because the other requirements are so stringent. So did the board box itself in? And is there, I'm just asking the question
Sure.
because.
I mean, in essence, if there's really no explicit restriction for them to use the title, then there's really no reason for the OPLC to have to charge anything to do anything. This just kind of, I guess, makes it where we're kind of saying, hey, you can do it and don't worry about it. If, you know what I mean? Because if it's not already illegal,
Yes, exactly. Representative Leon.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Previous to this, my understanding around the use of CPA was almost like they had trademarked it because they had built so many protections around the use of that term. And now they had built up those protections so much that now there's a concern about using it. To me, I see the two paths of if you created that much and you want to have a new regulatory path for a retired certification, we should make sure that we're charging the administrative fee for the time that it takes from OPLC, or perhaps look to the language that says that you can't use it and add to those exemptions for using the title CPA unless you've retired in good standing. Unless when you stopped practicing you were in good standing and have not done it separately. I recognize the value of having the model legislation across all the states so that there's consistency, but in that case, I'd want to ensure that we're able to charge that fee for the time for OPLC.
Representative Slater.
Suppose OPLC does nothing and we just print the cards and the law authorizes it.
That works for me. Representative Pearson.
well, I guess it just boils down to, is this just enabling in the sense of allowing the use of the term, or are we now taking it a step further and saying that the Office of the OPLC is going to have some sort of a list or a tracking or a database where someone would hence verify that someone's retired as a CPA? You see what I'm saying?
Yes, I understand. If we're just saying it's not illegal, that's one thing. But this
So can we have the sponsor come up and maybe ask him what the intention here is then,
Yes,
as to what they're
Representative
looking
Munns, if you-
for?
or someone.
Could
Are
I
you
ask Mr.
intending
Could I
to-
ask Mr. Silverman to join me?
Sure. The question is, are you intending to have the OPLC keep records of this? Or is it just something that Mr. Silverman could put on his card or when he's on the board of the local food bank or whatever?
Go ahead.
Currently, the OPLC does keep records of all of us as to our status, whether it's expired, our license is expired, whether we've asked for inactive status, or we are currently renewed. So they're already keeping track of what we do. It would be just another category they would have. So we would submit an application to be retired. Somebody at LPOC would check that we have been or are currently in good standing, and that would allow us to enter the retired category.
Representative Pearson?
Then that's going to have a cost to it. If that's what they want.
I don't see a problem with a minimal one-time cost for getting it, because somebody does have to look it up. I don't, renew your license is a lot more detailed because they have to check for your continuing professional education requirements. This basically is to check the database to see if you're in good standing and, what your current status is. So I don't have a problem with that at all.
Okay.
So, Madam Chair, the question is then, is this going to be something that's handled through rules, or are we going to explicitly outline what the fee for this status will be in statute? Since OPLC has the authority to do that.
Representative Sellers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So on line 15, it says that they shall grant a certificate stating that they're retired. So OPLC at least has got to do one step, see that they were working and had a license and now they're retired. And so it doesn't seem like an awful lot of work on OPLC.
Okay.
Madam
Yes.
Chairman, can I
Yes,
ask?
Representative Munns, you.
I guess with regard to, do you include the specifics of a fee in the bill or not? I mean, and maybe OPLC can answer this. I don't know if there is a specific fee in legislation right now for somebody applying to be a CPA, or whether that's something that they just do through their rules process. I think we would follow that.
It's been in both places. I think it's in rules at the moment. intended to cover the cost.
PLC said.
Yeah. All right, any further comments, questions? All right, I think I'm with Representative Sytek, and I'm not sure this is entirely necessary. But if the CPAs have wrapped their titles in so many rules, it's. Anyone else? Comments, questions, issues? Representative Grota?
I just want to be clear that if we don't collect a fee for this, which it doesn't say that we're going to do that, then that means they get their certificate and that's the end of the deal. They're cut loose and they do what they want. And they put CPA retired. And if somebody who isn't a CPA and puts CPA retired, then what? What does that mean? Nothing, right? It basically means it's a nothing thing.
And who is to enforce this?
Right. That's, am I making this too complicated? I just want to understand. We're going through the same, when we talk about licensing and we talk about these kinds of things, we have hearty discussions about them because they're important things. They cost money. They should mean something.
Like I said, if the Office of OPLC is going to have to maintain a database and they're going to have to process this, that is an incurred cost.
Yes.
No question. So I don't necessarily have a problem that under the current method in which they're operating and that they'll figure out the very minuscule amount of work that this does take and assign a value to that. That's fine. And I do agree with you, Representative Grota, that it is not outlined in here and that would require amendment to put that in there. And I don't necessarily have a problem with that either. It's just, like I said, we were just trying to figure out what exactly they're going for here and make that match this.
Representative Grota?
So this leads to then legislative intent. So I just want Mr. Silverman to understand that right now, all we're saying is there's going to be a list someplace that's going to have your name checked off as retired, and that's it. There's going to be no database management of who's following the retirement law and who isn't. Is that clear to you?
It's like anything else that comes before the board. If somebody violates something and somebody files a complaint, it would come before the board. And then the board would have to address that complaint. Just like if a CPA violated a provision and you filed a complaint against that CPA, the board meets and makes a determination with the Office of Enforcement. It would be the exact same thing. And the only violation I could see is if they were practicing things that they were not allowed to practice. For instance, certifying financial statements, signing and opining on financial statements.
Or if a bookkeeper who had never been a CPA decided to put CPA retired on his business card, that would cause the OPLC to enforce it if someone complained.
We would send that directly to enforcement.
Thank you. Any other comments, Representative Leon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Looking at this section 309B, this would fall under all the other rulemaking authority. So I think that I may have been jumping the gun thinking we needed to specifically add the ability to charge the fee into this. I just wanted to make sure we weren't causing a problem. But whenever we write this up, if we make it clear that we intend for them to be charged an appropriate fee in the blurb, that would probably be helpful.
Okay. Anyone else? All right, in that case, I think we should wrap this up.
In that case, I'm going to have to withdraw then the ought to pass motion if this needs to be amended.
No, she's saying it doesn't need to
Oh, it doesn't need to be amended because it's already covered.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And what I'm saying is that you're right, that it's our expectation that they would do it. It's minor, so it would only be a minor fee to
nominal
issue
fee.
this.
Okay. The motion is ought to pass by Representative Pearson, and the clerk can call the roll.
Vice Chairman Leon,
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson,
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
What happened to I? Representative Sellers,
Yes.
Representative Grota,
Yes.
Representative Schmidt,
Yes.
Representative Davis,
Yes.
Representative Dargy,
Yes.
Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative DeVries,
Yes.
and the chair.
No, I still don't think it's necessary.
You're going to vote no. Okay. 11-1. Do you,
Okay, the motion passes 11-1. I will not be writing a minority report.
Are you okay with consent?
That's what I was going to ask. Does anyone object to consent? Okay, we'll put it on consent. Representative Pearson, a committee report at your earliest opportunity. All right. All right, in that case, we're coming out of executive session, and I'm opening the, if you let a few more people bring in their pink cards. If you're a representative, you're towards the top. That's. Thank you. That's fine. All right, thank you. I've got your, yes, I know. All right. I'm calling Representative Peternell as one of the sponsors in place of the prime sponsor who's out sick.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Katie Peternell, and I represent Carroll District 6, the towns of Wolfboro and Tuftonboro. I'm here today. I'm a co-sponsor on this bill, but I am introducing the bill for Representative Kofalt, who could not be here today. And I just received his testimony an hour ago, so I can't necessarily answer a lot of technical questions about this bill, but I'm more than happy to be a supporter of it. HB 349 expands the scope of practice for licensed optometrists to perform 3 specific ophthalmic laser procedures, provided that the practitioner is first certified by the Board of Registration in Optometry. So this bill is similar to last year's Senate Bill 440, which passed the Senate on a voice vote and came out of this committee with a 14-6 recommendation of ought to pass. So while SB 440 expanded the scope of practice for optometrists in a number of ways, HB 349 is far more limited and would simply allow for these 3 specific procedures for which many optometrists are trained but not currently authorized to perform in New Hampshire. And this is something that I did not know until I received this testimony, but optometry is the only profession for which permitted procedures are delineated within state statute. While that seems problematic, this bill does not aim to address the broader problem of allowing them to to manage their own scope of practice. In this case, the focus is on these 3 specific procedures. So those 3 procedures are laser capsulotomy, which is a procedure that treats complications after cataract surgery, laser trabeculoplasty, and laser peripheral iridotomy, and those are both treatments. House Bill 349 also authorizes the Board of Registration in Optometry to adopt certification criteria. So they would require minimum education, training, and hands-on experience, criteria for proctoring, so that somebody, an optometrist isn't just let loose on their own to practice. They need to be trained with somebody following them, and outcome reporting requirements. There's also a significant investment for these machines, a minimum of $75,000. I know our local optometrist said that they might cost a minimum of $100,000. So based on that, it would be my personal assumption that no one was taking this investment lightly. And I've also been told that this is primarily in order to be able to provide a service to their patients, something that they have trouble accessing. Comes to the access to care. Rural areas face significant shortages of ophthalmologists, And the number of ophthalmologists is also declining. However, the number of optometrists is increasing. And I happen to live in Carroll County, where we have only one ophthalmologist in the entire area. And I have some letters from patients who've had to travel long distances in order to receive some of these therapies. And I was given information that the closest ophthalmologist to my town is 30 minutes away. But when I put that into Google Maps, it's 43 minutes from my house, and I happen to know that it's over a lot of twisty, windy roads that are difficult for people who have trouble seeing, especially if their appointment were in the evening, which happens easily in the winter because 4 o'clock comes pretty quickly. So you have to be really careful about when you're scheduling your appointments. Also, average wait times for these procedures in an ophthalmologist's office range from 3.6 to 4 months. Patients undergoing eye procedures are often unable to drive to or from their appointments, which requires them to find someone to go with them, taking up considerable time for a caregiver. This bill would reduce wait times and travel burdens for patients. Patients in southern New Hampshire express similar concerns that current New Hampshire laws leads to long waiting times and delayed treatment. While they're waiting, their quality of life suffers. Imagine if you have trouble seeing, that it impacts your quality of life. This also would reduce healthcare costs because the increased availability of care typically leads to lower healthcare costs. Patients have more options. They can choose where they want to be treated. As for some issues that might come up, particularly patient safety, there are 12 states that currently allow optometrists to perform these procedures. Optometrists in Kentucky, Oklahoma, and Louisiana have safely performed these procedures for well over a decade, and Oklahoma has allowed these procedures since 1998. And evidence indicates adverse events in just 2 cases out of over 146,000, which is a rate of 0.001%. As a comparison, the average American's odds of dying in a car accident in any given year are 0.01%. So about 10 times higher than the odds of suffering adverse effects from one of these procedures if performed by an optometrist. So we don't actually know whether ophthalmologists have a similar rate of adverse effects with these procedures. So we don't know if that's potentially higher or lower than what optometrists experience. We were unable to find data on that. But presumably that number's not 0, and it could very well be the same as the rate experienced by optometrists. Insurance carriers who specialize in medical malpractice, meanwhile, recognize that the quantifiable risk of expanded scope of practice is negligible. This is reflected in virtually flat premiums for malpractice insurance for optometrists. If this bill becomes law, patient safety will be safeguarded by stringent certification processes established by the board. So I urge you to support House Bill 349 so that New Hampshire residents can have access to the care that they need.
Thank you. For the committee, we have a large stack of professionals who are going to be speaking to us on this bill, so please don't ask technical questions of the representatives. Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here, Katie. So how soon do you think this entire new area of practice could be available in the state of New Hampshire?
Oh, that's a very good question. Well, first, we do have some optometrists who are trained, but I don't know what process they would have to go through. Obviously, this would have to go through rules. So that's issue number 1. So that's what, 6 months minimum after the passage of a bill, typically. And then optometrists have to invest in the machines. They have to be trained if they're not currently trained. It could be a little while, I'm sure, a year or 2 at minimum, I would imagine. I'm purely speculation on my part.
Thank you, Representative Howard.
Thank you for taking my question. So just to clarify, I mean, you just said that some optometrists have the training to do this. Do they go through that training in school?
I actually don't know the answer to that question. I'm sure some of the optometrists here would be able to answer that.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Gregg?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman and Committee. I'm Alicia Gregg. I am lucky enough to represent Nashua, one of the 27 from there. I'm here to talk, surprisingly, about optometry today. Besides having eyes, I haven't always had a lot of experience in this, besides when I had to go to the eye doctor myself. And I find it fascinating that this is something in the legislature, but it is. I've had many constituents call me wanting to look at this, particularly upset about what happened last year because of the lack of care. One thing I can do is a lot of research, so I started looking into it. It was no surprise to me that this is not something unusual within the medical community. I've had experience in this. My late husband was a nurse anesthetist. The dynamics that you find between anesthetists, anesthesiologists, and anesthesia techs is very, very similar. There are a lot of parts of the medical community where you have multiple people doing different things, and it can raise alarms. So I looked at this to think, well, how does this make a difference? Because I do know that when I'm going to switch up the ophthalmologists and optometrists here, but optometrists, when they go to school, they're actually required to have this training. What we are asking them to be able to do today in 349 is to be able to lasers that they're actually already trained to do. It's required in their schooling. This isn't something they take as an option. It's part of their schooling. So they're already trained for that. So you look at why would we not let them do that? Well, there's always a push and pull within the medical community. I'm sure many of you at this point have seen a nurse practitioner. When nurse practitioners first began, physicians were all up in arms. There were quite a few of them that testified that there would be a lack of care or that there would be more malpractice or patients wouldn't be as safe. I fell into that. I thought, you know what, if I'm paying the same copay or the same amount, I'd rather see a physician. That was until one time I needed to get into a doctor and I had a 6-month waiting period, but I could get into the nurse practitioner the next day. And it's amazing. I now have a primary nurse practitioner because I have that confidence. They do have the training to be able to do that. I don't find this any different. They're already trained to do this. It's there. However, there is a push of news, propaganda, whatever else saying that this could be dangerous. A lot of scare tactics. Also not unusual when you find one medical branch or one specialty starting to branch out into more things. Anesthesia was the same way. Believe it or not, nurse anesthetists were around before anesthesiologists. And anesthesiologists figured out, oh, there's a lot of money in that, and they took it back. And then when a nurse anesthetist started performing again because it was more cost effective, you had another push and pull. Now, dynamics are not something that we handle here. That's for them to figure out. What we handle is our constituents. We know that the number of ophthalmologists are declining. We know, and I can tell by everybody that has glasses in here, that the number of patients is not declining. So then we have to look at what's best for our constituents. I went back and I looked not at news reports or anything else, but at hard facts within the legal system about what does it look like for malpractice suits, because there are places, like my colleague just talked about, that they have been performing these particular procedures. So I wanted to say, has malpractice gone up in these states? The answer is no. It actually hasn't gone up at all. As a matter of fact, then I looked at, well, what is the malpractice? Because maybe there's more malpractice for these injections versus normal things. No, that hasn't changed either. The most common malpractice for ophthalmologists and optometrists both is lack of diagnosis. So this is something that we can provide to our constituency, the ability to have care just like you can go see a nurse practitioner if you don't want to wait 6 months to get in a doctor. And I'll tell you, one time I had an ulcer in the middle of my cornea, and there is nothing more painful, I'm pretty sure, on earth. So I know how sensitive we are about our eyes, and you need to get into somebody right away. We're talking about injections that do glaucoma care. Every one of these injections you look up, it says minimally invasive. And this is, once again, training they have. But the bonus is, just like I had a choice on whether or not I wanted to wait for a physician or go to a nurse practitioner, both trained very well in the field, I had a choice. And our constituents, if they don't feel safe going to optometrists, maybe they're not there yet, they're okay waiting, they still can go see that ophthalmologist. But I think it's high time that the legislature allows optometrists to A, serve our constituency, and B, do what they're already trained for. So I ask that you take this into serious consideration and please pass House Bill 349. Thank you.
Any questions? Representative Sitek.
Yes.
You mentioned several states that are already authorized this.
Yes.
Oklahoma started way back.
Mhm.
How about any neighboring states? New York, Massachusetts, Rhode Island. Any of these states permit this process?
Well, I don't have the states written down, so I don't know about any of our neighboring. I never really worry about that too much because in New Hampshire, we like to do it our own way. So I make sure that we kind of stay true to that, but I did not look that up. Thank you for the question.
Other questions? Representative Howard?
Thank you for taking my question. So I understand that you've talked a lot about the optometrist training, and I was just wondering if you knew the difference between how much training the ophthalmologists receive versus the optometrists.
I think there's more people that can speak closer to that, but yeah, I'm gonna leave that for the experts. I can say that I know certainly in anesthesia and other things like that, I have a much more close relationship, but I think that they can explain that pretty well. But I feel comfortable with their level of training.
Yes, no worries. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Thank you very much, Representative
Thank you
Gregg.
so much.
Representative Mark Pearson.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I have written testimony, which I won't read. I would like to summarize it in the interest of time. My name is Mark Pearson. I am the chairman of the Children and Family Law Committee. However, I spent several years in the Health and Human Services Committee of the House, the last two as chairman. And since 2020, I've chaired the Department of Health and Human Services Oversight Committee. There were several medical people in my family, including my wife, who is a physician. I have 4 points to make. Number one, when my wife started her medical practice 30 years ago, she had to send a lot of people to Boston. Since then, specialists have been moving up and doing 1 or 2 days a week in Andover, Mass., Haverhill, Mass., even Plastow, New Hampshire. Last year, and even today, it was said that there are ophthalmological deserts. So when this bill was tabled last year, I went to an ophthalmologist and I said, what do you think about citing your people in those deserts? I hope that somebody has brought the testimony. I have seen letters of intent that these deserts are being addressed. It will take much less time to go get a full ophthalmologist to work with you. Secondly, I champion the lowering or elimination of needless regulations. What was it we saw? 2,000 hours of training before you could braid somebody's hair for money? I mean, really? I also champion the widening of scope of practice. I was very much behind the bill that would train LPNs to the level of being med nurses. And my Aunt Janet was one of the first RNs in the United States to become a nurse practitioner. So I'm all in favor of that as long as the training is there, the supervision is there. We've got people who will answer the speculation about what do optometrists get in their school versus ophthalmologists. And remember, a nurse practitioner isn't a doctor, and an optometrist isn't an MD or a DO. Third, my experience. I need an injection into my left eye every 8 weeks. I had an excellent ophthalmologist in Haverhill, Mass. Until he retired. Now, he could have done that procedure. He was trained as an MD ophthalmologist with extensive post-medical school training. He could have done it, but he brought in somebody even further trained on this particular thing. Now, if my ophthalmologist would want to go up the level, I'm not sure I would want to entrust my eyes to somebody who does good work in their lane, but is still not an MD, not a DO, not an ophthalmologist. And then last, citations before boards. I read last year's testimony, and it was asserted that there just isn't complaints. Do you remember Dr. Barbineau from Catholic Medical Center? The Massachusetts Board of Medicine cited 21 malpractice complaints against him. The New Hampshire board cited 0. So, chairing oversight as I do, I formed a subcommittee. We wanted to look at why was this? Is the New Hampshire board derelict? What we discovered is different states have different criteria for what they report. But if I went to CMC to have surgery and only relied on the New Hampshire board's statements, I would assume there's no problem here. We found out that wasn't the case. So in conclusion, it will be increasingly less a distance to get an ophthalmologist as they continue to figure out how to sight people in the deserts. Also, I think it's very important to understand what the true level of training is. How many hours of training and supervised training in an ophthalmologist versus an optometrist? This is not to put people down. I have a nurse practitioner on my staff helping our physicians. It is to say that on certain procedures, we really do want to be careful. Our health is on the line. So thank you, Madam Chair, and I do have written testimony I will give over.
Thank you. Questions? Thank you very much.
Thank
Oh,
you.
excuse me, Representative Sellers has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make sure I'm clear. Support or oppose?
I'm very much in support of optometrists, but not supporting what they seek to do here. So I would be opposed.
Representative Howard?
Would you be in support of helping increase the educational opportunities for optometrists so that they could potentially maybe perform these? Or is that going to be too much?
If the level of training were brought to the level that ophthalmologists presently have, yeah, that's why I was very much supporting LPNs being med nurses, and my aunt being an RN, becoming a nurse practitioner, if.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. Representative Schmidt, briefly.
I will ask my question, Madam Chair, with
Thank
your
you.
respect. So you mentioned nurse practitioners stepping into many procedures that used to be done by doctors, but are currently being performed by RNs. Do you know of any RNs who are performing open heart surgery?
Not to my knowledge,
Thank you.
nor any, no, I don't.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative
you.
Pearson. Is Representative Nagel here? Okay. He said he had a conflict, so we'll call him later. Dr. Hitchmuth?
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Dorothy Hitchmoth. It's always an honor to be asked to provide testimony on behalf of the people I serve and care for in New Hampshire. And to be clear, I'm here to advocate for improved access and quality health care, especially for those who have complex medical and eye conditions. I am here to support your fact-finding efforts on behalf of the safety of my patients. My testimony will be brief, but I hope to lay out my background and some other data and facts so that you can call on my expertise as needed to ensure clarity, truth, and safety for New Hampshire citizens. I will also add that I have provided testimony to the New Hampshire and Vermont legislators for over 3 decades and had a hand in changing the laws at least 7 times in both states, and not a single poor outcome promulgated by our opposition has ever come to fruition. No pun intended, I am an eyewitness to the good work of doctors of optometry. I've been in practice in rural New Hampshire for 29 years. I'm VA residency and fellowship trained and dual board certified. I first used lasers on live humans in 1996. I'm a professor of both optometry and medicine and was the chief of optometry at the VA Medical Center in White River Junction for 22 years. I currently own a private practice and run a consulting firm that specializes in the development of medical devices that help prevent vision loss. I'm also a researcher and senior journal editor and have published dozens of scientific articles, book chapters, and guidelines on a variety of eye and related diseases of the body. I am the vice chair of the Board of Trustees at the New England College of Optometry in Boston and have taught optometry and medical students and residents from 6 colleges of optometry for over 2.5 decades. I have intimate knowledge of their respective curricula and clinical training programs, and I'm including a copy of the latest course curriculum descriptions for surgical and laser procedures from the New England College of Optometry. So you will all have a copy of that in detail. The courses, as well as laboratory and clinical practice on real patients, is described. Furthermore, I'm a longtime consultant for the Accreditation Council on Optometric Education, ACOE as we call it. ACOE is the national accreditation body that ensures uniformity and modernization of classroom and clinical training at all schools or colleges of optometry and their affiliate intern and residency programs. In this role, I've worked over the past several years to ensure accreditation standards have a minimum competency reporting system that includes surgical and laser procedures. I'm including the specific language and resolutions from the ACOE that confirms that all colleges teach modern procedures like those included in the bill. Please see also the letter from the chair of ACOE, Dr. Tim Petito, in this regard. Furthermore, I've served as an examiner and writer for the National Board of Examiners in Optometry and the American Board of Optometry, and I'm here to assure you there is nothing in House Bill 349 that is not included in the curricula for all graduating doctors of optometry, despite what you will hear in testimony here, just to be really clear. More importantly, I'm here to confirm that we continuously improve and upgrade standards to match new treatments as they arise. The treatments that were available and that I did 29 years ago when I first became a new doctor are not the same as what we have now. Things change, procedures change, research changes. Furthermore, legislators in both New Hampshire and Vermont have asked me to provide an analysis of the curricula at medical and optometry schools and training programs, and I am here to unmistakably repeat respective equivalencies and will provide you with that analysis as well. Please remember that specialty clinical training occurs years earlier in optometry school relative to the eye and associated disease and includes a human body systems approach that results in competency in the treatment of the eyes and related diseases upon graduation, very similar to dentistry. This is why my colleagues in ophthalmology must complete a residency, because they have very little training in eye disease prior to medical school graduation. I testified in front of this body many times, as I said, over 29 years, recording the scope of practice of optometry because New Hampshire laws were outdated and continue to remain so because we have to come back to this body on a regular basis when new devices, drugs, or procedures become available. When I first testified years ago, I was a new doctor working under federal jurisdiction at the VA. I was practicing as I was trained at the New England College of Optometry, which included rotations that were not in Massachusetts, because you're going to hear that the school in Boston can't possibly train people in advanced procedures because they don't do that in Massachusetts. Well, that's not true. We send people to the federal system and we send students elsewhere because they also have outdated laws. In fact, they're one of the least scope of practice areas. So as I said, I was practicing as I was trained. I was able to prescribe medications, any medications needed to care for the full spectrum of eye diseases. I was performing minor surgical procedures, and I was laser certified, as I stated before, and continued to do so at the VA. However, when I occasionally moonlighted in private practice, my hands were often tied because of restricted and outdated New Hampshire law. I was dismayed that despite my expertise, I was not able to practice similarly the moment I stepped off federal property. I was equally disturbed by the implication that the VA had this all wrong. I am the daughter of a career Army veteran who served 3 tours in Vietnam. I'm the wife of a career Air Force veteran, and my middle son just completed 7 years in Army intelligence. I can assure you that if I thought the VA was wrong in their repeat supposition and directives mandating that all doctors practice at their highest level, I would be the first to speak loudly in opposition. Contrarily, the VA and the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services have long recognized that doctors of optometry are highly competent, well-trained, independently licensed physicians and provide a much-needed core service to our nation's finest. I affirm that they do not have this wrong and have demanded that providers keep up with medical advancements, changes in the medical workforce, and new scientific discovery. These facts also make me very comfortable returning to this body to further attest that the fact that doctors of optometry are highly trained in the care of the human body, to include the visual system, and keeping pace with modern tools, and to once again highlight that New Hampshire continues to lag behind. The data continues to show that doctors of optometry who perform the procedures included in this bill, not some of the procedures that you've already heard that were referenced, because we're not asking for some of the ones that were referenced already, just to be clear, do so with an exceptionally low rate of significant or other adverse events across hundreds of thousands of procedures, and you will have that data in front of you as well. I'm also here to inform you that despite opposition from the medical society, scope of practice laws were passed in New Hampshire and across the country, and thousands of patients have been well served now for almost 3 decades, and I've been a direct witness to your good work in this regard. Patients have not been harmed, and we continue to improve access and provide good care. Malpractice rates and adverse events outcomes remain the lowest across many and most specialties. I think it's unfair and inefficient to ask the New Hampshire legislature to try to keep pace with all medical advancements, but here we are, and hope you will move this bill forward. I would respectfully underscore that no medical profession stands still. There is no monopoly on knowledge, and optometry has a solid national board certification system, uniform training, a strong independent accreditation agency, and a state licensure system designed to protect the public. Today, we're asking that you work in the spirit of New Hampshire's effort to attract the best and brightest doctors to our state. We must be able to compete, knowing that there's a broad doctor shortage in the country that is not going to change. It's going to get worse before it gets better. Also important is the difficulty that we have recruiting new talented doctors. I had to work for 5 years to find a doctor to join my private practice. I was very lucky to find Dr. Jessica Eade. However, as she outlines in the letter, which I will also provide copy of, and including with my testimony, she was trained in a variety of laser and other procedures and continued to perform those procedures in the first years of practice. When she moved to New Hampshire so that her husband could complete his residency and fellowship at Dartmouth, she could no longer use her skills to treat patients as she was trained. She clearly states in her letter that she would never have chosen New Hampshire as a place to practice and knew that she would be sacrificing her career goals so her husband could complete his training. More importantly, it's likely she will not stay here because of the current scope. This is just one example of how the lack of modernization of our Practice Act is doing harm to New Hampshire citizens by preventing the best and brightest doctors from coming to our beautiful state. Finally, I'm happy to act as a resource to this body and anyone else who, without conflict of interest, works toward my own practice mission, which is to prevent vision loss and blindness. And I thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm happy to answer questions, but I am providing a pretty detailed packet for your review with a lot of data and curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Leon.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, Doctor, for being here. Could you let us know how many times that somebody who's going through training in school for optometry is performing these laser procedures on a person?
Yeah, so that's a really good question. And so it depends on their specialty, right? As it does with ophthalmology. If you're a pediatric specialist, you're probably going to do only the minimum, right? And so we have some described minimums in the curriculum. There's some variation that is tracked according to whatever the outcomes are that we're trying to achieve in a particular residency. And I know that's a messy answer. We have some minimums that I can give you after the hearing that sort of lay everything out, but there are minimums. You have to be supervised. You have to be supervised on live patients. Even before that, you have to be supervised in the lab, and you have to go through a minimum classroom training. In fact, I think our training program is more detailed, quite frankly, than what it is in a typical surgical residency.
Follow-up.
As a follow-up on the pediatric, would that be something you can count on my hands or the hands on the committee just to get a scope?
Depends on the procedures. So for example, if it's a let me back up and say the 3 procedures in the bill are very low risk, relatively, right? Everything is relative, safe procedures. We know that the rate of complications is low already. And so for those, it's going to be a low number. So maybe it's going to be 10 procedures, for example, for a peripheral iridotomy, which is one of the procedures as an example. But it does vary by procedure.
Thank you. That helps.
Representative Sellers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. These laser equipment, do they have safeguards built in, and how can you kind of describe on how they are?
Yeah, they're laser that you want to use. If you accidentally press a button to switch it to another laser, for example, there are a lot of combination lasers that you use on different parts of the eye, or different layers, if you will, of the eye. There are protocols that are preset that prevent you from making a mistake. So yes, the answer is yes, without going into a long laser lecture.
Representative Fries?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Prior to some of these surgeries, isn't there medication prescribed?
So I think you're thinking of cataract surgery, and that's not in the bill. So there are a number of drops that a patient has to take prior to cataract surgery. You might be talking about the glaucoma laser. If you are, sometimes it's appropriate to prescribe medication first for a patient that has glaucoma. Sometimes it's more appropriate to do laser first, depending on the type of glaucoma we have. But we're not doing, does not include cataract surgery. That requires many more, you have to practice that a lot more, and that is under the purview of ophthalmology. So that's not what we're asking for.
Follow-up. Thank you, Madam Chair. Was one of these surgeries typically called LASIK?
No.
None of
This
these
is
are
not
that.
LASIK.
Okay, so it's not corrective. Okay.
No.
So there's prior to any of these surgeries, you were not prescribing, or I don't know if you have the power to do that.
We do.
To prescribe anti-anxiety medication, because some people get a little worked up when things start coming at their eyes.
So that's often what's done with LASIK. It's also what I call the patient needs a happy juice before cataract surgery. That's typically not required for the procedures in this bill. That wouldn't be common practice.
Thank you.
Representative Slatek?
I had asked this question before. You might know the answer. What neighboring states in New England here have authorized these procedures that the bill talks about?
So in New England, there's none, but we have a list of all the states across the country. And because we've had to go to the legislature over and over and over again in every single state, you'll see what looks like a hot mess, but we have provided that for you. So some states, there are much more invasive surgical procedures that are allowed, not lasers, and vice versa. So I would encourage you to look at the full list, but there are upwards of 30, I believe, and one of my colleagues is actually going to give you the exact numbers.
Thank you.
But we'll provide that.
But none local.
It's not
All
low.
right. Thank you. Representative Broda?
Thank you. So you referred to this information that you've given to us. Did you email that to us?
No, it's coming.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
It's coming. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Yeah. Thank you for the opportunity.
Representative Munns, I have to apologize. Your card was buried in the stack of the others.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Chris Munns. I am still one of the 4 state representatives from Hampton, representing 4 representatives from Hampton. I'm here in support of HB 349. It will allow doctors of optometry to perform procedures that ODs are authorized to perform in 12 other states, but they will not be authorized to do so until they have been certified by the New Hampshire Board of Registry to perform in optometry to perform those procedures. I think that's an important point. A doctoral level degree program in optometry is comprised of 4 additional years of classroom, laboratory, and clinical training at an accredited optometry school after a student receives their undergraduate bachelor's degree. All such accredited optometry schools teach laser procedures, and there are ample opportunities around the country for the proctored live patient experience that doctors need to be certified on these procedures. There is no reason, therefore, why someone who has an established and trusted relationship with their optometrist, as I do, should have to seek out someone who they do not know and who does not know them if they should need one of these procedures. One of the challenges we have in our state, particularly in some of the more rural areas, is the lack of access to healthcare providers. Passing HB 349 will help to address that by expanding the availability of certified providers who can provide these services. I urge you to recommend HB 349 as ought to pass. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Very nice. Kimberly Licciardi.
Thank
Excuse
you,
me?
Madam Chair.
You have a handout that's.
Yeah, we have a handout.
That your staff will be passing out?
Yes. My name is Kimberly Liccardi. I'm an ophthalmologist practicing in New Hampshire at New Hampshire Eye Associates in Manchester for the past 15 years. I'm the immediate past president of the New Hampshire Society of Eye Physicians and Surgeons, and I'm currently serving on the board for our society. I do want to take a moment to highlight the fact that optometry and ophthalmology have collaborated and worked together for decades. We work together every day and often in the same offices. Optometrists are our valued colleagues. Our profession couldn't survive without theirs and vice versa. In fact, in 2021, the ophthalmology community did support the glaucoma expansion bill to allow for treatment of secondary glaucoma and remove some barriers that existed for optometrists to obtain their glaucoma certification. We supported that 2021 bill as it was safe and in the best interest of our patients. This is not the case for House Bill 349. We oppose HB 349. This seeks to allow optometrists who are not medical doctors to perform 3 laser surgeries. These surgical lasers are already performed by comprehensive ophthalmologists in our state. One procedure is a post-cataract laser surgery. The other 2 are very distinct glaucoma lasers. 2 of these are non-urgent surgical procedures. And the third, which can sometimes be emergent, is falling out of favor for standard of care in many cases. Presently, 41 states plus Puerto Rico and the District of Columbia and the VA prohibit optometrists from performing laser surgery. This is written out in VHA Directive 1121, subsection 2, Appendix G of the VHA codes. We would be the only state in New England permitting optometrists to perform surgical lasers should this legislation pass. Optometrists may receive training in these lasers. The training is didactic and simulated. Only in 2 states, in Kentucky and Oklahoma, is there an optometry school where they are allowed to perform lasers on live humans. So optometry students must be either relocating to one of those two states to perform those procedures. Other states have passed similar legislation, like Louisiana and Mississippi. They require that their optometrists have demonstrated their coursework in optometry school, or they've completed what is known as the 32-hour weekend course, both of which we find inadequate with regards to surgical training. And you have heard some claims that young optometrists might be leaving our state to move to other states where they can perform lasers. Of 230, then there's a graph of this in your packet. There's 239 optometrists that filed Medicare Part B claims from 2013 to 2020. 0 filed a Part B claim elsewhere for laser surgery in 2021. That means if they left the state, they did so for other reasons. In fact, not being allowed to perform lasers is not stopping new young optometrists from relocating to New Hampshire. From 2013 to 2023, New Hampshire has added 73 young optometrists, giving a growth rate of 45.8%. The population growth rate overall for our state is only 5.6%. So young optometrists are coming to our state to take advantage of what New Hampshire has to offer, and that goes well beyond their licensing laws. We want to continue to attract quality providers for the right reasons, not so that they can practice at the top of their license. Last year, we heard the concerns about access to ophthalmic care, particularly in the northern rural areas. As such, we are working to formulate a solution to help bridge this gap while maintaining high standards of patient care and safety. You're going to hear more about this from my colleagues. The solution is not to lower the standard of surgical care. Instead, we should work together collaboratively, understanding our differing expertise and ensuring that surgical procedures are performed by those with necessary training. Our community deserves that.
Thank you. Are there questions? Representative Sytek and then Howard, and then Schmidt.
Thank you, Dr. Licciardi. Dr. Hitchmoth made the point that optometrists actually get an earlier start in examining and working with the eye than ophthalmologists, even though they're medical doctors. So I guess my question, no, I don't guess, my question is, how long is after you're a medical doctor, how long is your training to be an ophthalmologist?
So after 4 years of medical school, we either do a 1-year internship in surgery or medicine or something combined. And then we do 3 years of ophthalmology residency and then an additional 1 to 2 of fellowship training.
Representative Howard?
Thank you for taking my question. I just wanted to ask you if you knew any of the pay differences between what's available in states that allow optometrists to perform these procedures and states that do not.
So Medicare rules prohibit having different reimbursement rates, whether it's an ophthalmologist or an optometrist. So there's not a way for them to charge a lower rate. It would be illegal, actually.
Yeah. So follow up. Yeah. I'm not sure if you fully understood my question.
Yeah.
It was kind of more, what is there a salary difference between people? For optometrists, would their salary be, say, higher in Kentucky and Oklahoma versus New Hampshire?
I can't see why it would necessarily.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So one of the issues that's been raised even in this go-around this time, as opposed to the discussions we had in the previous attempt to institute something along the lines of this bill seeks, one of the issues that's been raised is the access for people in the North Country. And Representative Pedernell, in her testimony, guesstimated that completing the entire legislative procedure and the other preparatory steps that would be necessary to get the optometrists into this game, as opposed to the current situation, she guesstimated 1 to 2 years. If we had a situation where access was immediately enhanced or speedily enhanced by providing ophthalmological services to the North Country, in the North Country, as opposed to having everybody come down here, being driven down by
a relative or something like that. Would that not be a much faster procedure for you ophthalmologists to set up some kind of a situation in the North Country where your colleagues would be up there providing the service at the level that you are trained for
Yes,
currently?
I'm going to let one of my colleagues
And
get a
can you
little bit
give
more
me a
into
time
that.
frame?
I would guess 6 to 8 months we'd be up and running.
Did you say a month?
Six to 8 months.
6 to 8
Yeah,
months.
between
thank you.
credentialing and some construction that needs to go on. So
And do you know whether, follow up, and do you know whether there's anything underway for that matter to try to accomplish that
yes,
in
there is.
response to the recognized access issues?
Yes, there is. And the colleague that we have to follow is going to elaborate on this access project.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you very much. Allison Loranger?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you again in the goal of ensuring that safe and effective eye care is available to all New Hampshire residents. I am Dr. Allison Loranger, born and raised in Bedford, New Hampshire. I am a board-certified doctor of optometry. I graduated from UNH and received my doctorate from the New England College of Optometry in Boston. I live in Goffstown and recently started my own practice in Milford. Some of you may be familiar with the bill that came before this committee last year, which had unanimous support in the Senate, a unanimous vote in EDNA subcommittee, and more than 2/3 vote of the full committee before it was ultimately tabled on the House floor. The bill before you today, House Bill 349, is much more simplified and straightforward, and it seeks to allow 3 specific in-office, non-invasive laser procedures by doctors of optometry. These procedures would only be permitted after meeting certification requirements defined by the New Hampshire Board of Optometry, which does include a requirement for live cases. No optometrist would be able to come here and do lasers on anybody without having prior experience and being signed off, certified, they have done them on live patients. Every optometry school in the country trains every optometry student to perform these procedures. And these laser procedures have been performed safely and effectively by optometrists for several decades with a proven track record of safety. Doctors of optometry complete extensive postgraduate training. Following the completion of a 4-year undergraduate degree, we complete a rigorous, comprehensive 4-year doctorate level program, including didactic, laboratory, and clinical training, which accumulate to over 10,000 hours of training and more than 2,000 patient encounters. We do far more than prescribe glasses and contact lenses. We are the primary eye care providers, diagnosing, managing, and treating ocular diseases in all 50 states and for more than 50 years. We do not have 10,000 hours in other surgeries like ophthalmologists do. We are not trained to deliver babies. We do not do retinal surgeries. We are not trained in cataract surgeries. We have the hours that we are required to have, so we are proficient in the procedures that we graduate doing. Despite our extensive education and training, we are restricted from full utilization of our skills in this state. With each advancement in training or technology, doctors of optometry face unnecessary battles and delays, ultimately denying New Hampshire citizens timely care. With other independent healthcare providers, advancements are adopted as they should be, not with legislative battles, but with licensing boards ensuring that practitioners have the proper education, training, and compliance with regulations. The Board of Optometry is fully prepared and qualified to oversee the implementation of this bill, including the certification and regulation of New Hampshire doctors of optometry to ensure its safety. I would like to reiterate that these are all in-office procedures. In fact, the lasers used to perform all 3 are incorporated in the same microscope that every optometrist uses to evaluate the eye in every single eye exam, and that we are trained to use from the very first days in optometry school. The first laser procedure addressed in House Bill 349 is the YAG laser capsulotomy. This procedure is used to clear away a film that can develop after having cataract surgery. The tissue behind the cataract implant commonly develops a film and causes the vision to become blurry again. The YAG laser is used to create a clear opening and restore the vision. The second laser procedure is the selective laser trabeculoplasty, or SLT. This procedure is used in the treatment of the most common forms of chronic glaucoma to lower eye pressure by targeting the drainage tissue. For years, SLT has been used as a treatment when glaucoma drops fail. However, research now shows that this is an effective first-line treatment prior to the use of glaucoma drops, which can improve quality of life and reduce healthcare costs as demonstrated in several studies. This procedure is also repeatable, so if the effects wear off, it can be repeated safely. The third laser procedure is the laser peripheral iridotomy, or an LPI, where a laser is used to create a small opening in the iris to reduce the risk of sudden increases in pressure. While this procedure can be performed preventatively for at-risk patients or for those with chronic glaucoma, it may be needed in an emergency for those experiencing acute glaucoma. I have been on call where I have a patient with very high, sky-high pressures, and this is when minutes matter. I have the laser in the next room, and I have the knowledge and training to use it and to prevent the patient from losing vision. But I have to instead send them to Boston. And our patients deserve better. These 3 laser procedures are already permitted in 12 states, and they have been performed by doctors of optometry for more than 30 years, beginning in Oklahoma, and it was actually 1988 when the first laser procedure was performed by an optometrist in 1988. Evidence shows that these optometric procedures are both safe and effective, with more than 140,000 laser procedures performed with only 0.001% negative outcomes. Additionally, optometric malpractice rates have shown no increase in the states where these laser procedures are performed by optometrists, and no state has repealed any advancement in optometric privileges ever, lasers or otherwise. Some may see this bill as an expansion of scope, but really the optometric scope expansion occurred nearly 4 decades ago when these lasers were first performed by doctors of optometry. House Bill 349 is a modernization of the New Hampshire optometric statute, which has not seen an update on any significant level in over 20 years. Importantly, House Bill 349 does not permit anything that is outside the education and training of doctors of optometry. The opposition, our colleagues in ophthalmology, want you to believe otherwise. You will hear from them time and again that we do not have the education and training for these procedures. That simply is not true. What they really mean is that we do not have their education and training, and we wholeheartedly agree. There is overlap, and there are vast differences in the education and training of optometrists and ophthalmologists. There are hundreds of procedures and surgeries that ophthalmologists are trained to perform that are far beyond optometric training and beyond that of House Bill 349. Medical school is not the sole institution where in-office procedures are taught or where individuals can receive a legitimate healthcare education. I also want to be clear that no one is claiming these lasers are simple or easy. These are complex procedures that are not without risk and complications. As with every procedure and every healthcare profession, there are negative outcomes. Although the rate of complications among optometric lasers is very low, it is not zero. Some of you in this room may recall hearing from a patient last year who was brought here from Oklahoma to tell you of a very unfortunate outcome from a laser procedure performed by an optometrist. If you did not hear from her, you may still see her in a video which opposition is actively working to distribute among the public and the legislature. What you will not hear from them, however, is that the same negative outcome from her laser procedure has occurred at the hands of ophthalmology as well. No provider is immune from complications, neither optometry or ophthalmology. But over 140,000 procedures have demonstrated that there are no increased complication rates when performed by optometrists as compared to ophthalmologists. Something else you will likely hear from the opposition time and again is surgery by surgeons. They paint the picture of these procedures as being on par with cataract surgery, LASIK, or retinal surgery. Just today, I saw an ad in opposition showing a surgeon wearing using a scalpel donned with a surgical cap, a surgical mask, and a surgical gown, none of which have anything to do with these procedures. This is one example of the scare tactics being used by the opposition. To be clear, none of the 3 laser procedures addressed in House Bill 349 involve cutting into the eye or general anesthesia. They are all performed sitting upright at a microscope, just like the one we use all day, every day. These 3 lasers are used to treat the conditions that we have been managing since the advent of these lasers. Doctors of optometry have been identifying appropriate candidates for these procedures, educating our patients on the risks, benefits, and alternatives, and have been managing the associated complications since they came into use. Many of the potential complications are managed with eye drops, which we already prescribe. In the incredibly rare instance that a retinal subspecialist is required, doctors of optometry would refer to the subspecialist just as a general ophthalmologist would do. No matter who is treating the patient, the protocols are the same, and we are held to the same standard of care to recognize a complication and treat it or refer. As healthcare providers, we also share the same professional ethics, where just because we can perform a procedure does not mean we do. When there is a case that is better handled by our ophthalmology colleagues, we will still continue to refer those cases and have an ethical obligation to do so. In short, House Bill 349 will modernize the optometric statute in New Hampshire to be in greater alignment with the current optometric education and training that occurs in every optometry school in the country. These procedures are proven to be safe and effective when performed by appropriately certified doctors of optometry. New Hampshire citizens deserve access to the full extent of optometric care to ensure safe, quality, comprehensive eye care for all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Questions? Representative Rhoda and then Howard.
Thank you. So in the bill, it talks about, I was on this committee last year when we heard this bill. And one of the things that we talked about was the training on live patients.
Yes.
Because I think humans are alive, right? So
Yeah.
live patients. And, but it says you were able to perform these procedures with proficiency, which I'm glad to see that word.
Yes.
So how does that happen? How can you demonstrate proficiency?
Well, it is how all medical institutions demonstrate proficiency, where they have proctors, they have educators that are teaching these procedures that are certified to do them. And they have to pass certain requirements and proficiencies. And if a student or a doctor that is going back for certification is not found to be proficient in these procedures, they cannot pass.
Follow up?
Thank you. And so where might one of the pleas that I made at the end of last year was that ophthalmologists and optometrists would get together to talk about this training, and that ophthalmologists would support you in that training. And can you confirm, or can you tell me what the status of that is?
There is no change to that. Historically, ophthalmology has not ever supported any scope expansion. They have opposed it going back decades and decades. And they do not know our training. They haven't had it. They haven't gone through it. We have. And so we are the ones that should be speaking about our training. As far as the glaucoma bill that they did not oppose, the secondary glaucomas in that bill were so far outdated that any argument would have just been, we were one of the very last states. In fact, a lot of us didn't realize that was still in there. It was more of an oversight, and that was a cleanup. As far as another example is they also opposed us being able to administer vaccines when 18-year-olds with a GED can administer vaccines in this state.
Thank you.
Representative Howard?
Thank you for taking my question. How many hours of training do optometrists go through?
About 10,000.
10,000. All right, thank you.
Representative Lamb?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Within this whole process, there's national board certification that you have. That's the standard that's used in other medical professions in order to determine competency.
Yeah, we cannot obtain licensure in any state without being board certified, and that's on the national level. If you don't pass, you don't get licensed, you don't practice, period.
Thank you, follow.
And that national licensing board includes the competencies that are referenced in here.
They are included as far as didactic portion. Because they're not included in every state, it is something you can get an additional certification in.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Other questions? Representative Saiter?
Second question is, perhaps you've picked up from the tone of my earlier questions, I would be far more comfortable following in a state like New York or Massachusetts rather than being the pioneer of this. Can you speak to why this has not happened in our neighboring states?
Well, you also don't want to be last. And we're certainly not first in the country. Yes, we would be first in New England, which would be obviously, we think, a great thing. New York and Massachusetts specifically are last because of the strong medical community presence there and the opposition in those states. And that's what we believe to be, because Massachusetts, you know, for being such a progressive area of the country, those states do lag behind as far as advancing optometric scope.
Representative Bailey, you have a question? No? Okay. Anyone else? Thank you very much for your testimony. Dr. Peters?
Madam Chair, I have a question of the chair.
Yes.
So how many more pink cards do we have?
Ten, including Dr. Peters.
Okay, so we are going to subcommittee with this, are we not?
Yes.
May I suggest that we not have all the potential written testimony read to us aloud? Believe it or not, I am highly educated and I read quite proficiently. And I promise you, I will read everything submitted to us. Gives me the option of studying it, rereading it, consulting, looking up words I don't know, and so forth. And this is not an efficient way of getting at the core information that we need. We have a lot of doctors of optometry and ophthalmology here who are taking precious time away from people who need their attention. And I don't want to sit here and continue to be read to. I want to get at the core information so that we can let everybody speak before we turn into zombies.
Yes, I would say that somebody that wants to talk for 10 minutes when they have written testimony should probably work on abbreviating that significantly. Anyway, Dr. Peters? I really need
Yeah. No, I have the chair, so
Dr.
yes.
Peters, you have to turn the microphone on and please speak directly into the microphone.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Representative Layton, everybody. I'm going to talk about something different today. I'm going to talk about during the last legislature, they talked about the lack of access in the North Country, and that's come up quite a bit today. And quite frankly, I didn't realize exactly the level of lack of access in the North Country before it was raised. So I began researching it, and I started looking to see who was around. The closest person around is Dr. Sawyer, an optometrist. She's, a person in one practice. She has someone who works with her. On their practice website, it says that if you're a new patient, expect several months of wait to be seen for any reason. So then I was like, wow, this is really a problem. We need to do something about this. So I began working 9 months ago to see what we can do about bringing this 9% of the population in New Hampshire care in the North Country. So I started working with Androscoggin Valley Hospital in Berlin with their CEO and their CMO about bringing ophthalmology there to address the concerns of the citizens. And so for 8 months, we've been working on a plan with them in the North Country healthcare system. And we've made significant progress already. They've identified space on their campus for us to do the clinic that will work. We've had an architect design the plans. We have a purchasing equipment list and everything ready to go. Site visit is the next thing, and I'm meeting with with him and the CEO, Mike Peterson, and the CMO and the other representatives from the North Country healthcare system to iron out the remaining details. CEO Peterson has said that he expects that this is one of their number one priorities for 2025, and he expects this program to be up and running in 8 to 12 months. This is going to address not only these 3 laser surgeries. These 3 laser surgeries are literally maybe at most 1% of what we do. This is not solving access to anyone anywhere. It's really not a true statement. This is a tiny little sliver of ophthalmology. What people in the North Country need, they need care for their diabetic retinopathy. They need care for their macular degeneration. They need care for their glaucoma, their cataracts, and yes, these laser procedures would be great. These are mostly one-time procedures, right? But they need this ongoing care. You had a representative speaking about how he gets a shot in his eye every 6 to 8 weeks. That's macular degeneration, right? You need that repeatedly. So this bill would not address that, but our plan does. So we have over 25 ophthalmologists who've agreed to rotate up there and provide twice a month coverage in Berlin. And this is really a significant step forward. We're pleased that we can offer a free market solution from Granite Staters to Granite Staters in Berlin without the need for legislation. So we're excited about it, and I welcome any questions on the topic, and I try to keep it short.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Madam Chair. You heard my hypothetical question earlier in the testimony in the hearing with regard to whether it would not be more expeditious to get the top and most important level and number of treatments to North Country, in North Country, by ophthalmologists, so that we are not limiting ourselves to the 3 procedures that this bill seeks to implement in New Hampshire. You already gave me a guesstimate of 6 to 8 months. Representative Peternell suggested a year to 2 years just to get through the legislative end of things and the training end of things. Can we see some written information at some point soon in a subcommittee perhaps, which will lay out what you are describing to us in outline form?
Yes, sir. I'd be happy to provide that. We have all of that. I think it's going to be great. It literally covers all of the needs of the people there on site. AVH does this with other specialties. They're used to doing this. So when we started this process, they're like, we know how to do this. We can get this done, and we want to get it done this calendar year. And this can serve as a role model for other specialties to bring other types of access to the North Country, not just ophthalmology.
Follow up. Thank you, Madam Chair. So the thing is, obviously there are a whole series of things between the are you going to include some optometrists that you will bring with you as part of the team that you are talking about? That obviously focuses on ophthalmological procedures, because those are the most critical and crucial ones, and the ones that are clearly not being provided in the North Country at this time. But some things are clearly also optometrist specialties. Are you going to provide that as well at this hospital in the North Country, and which one would that be?
So we're working currently with AVH, and I believe the North Country Healthcare's plan is to bring the other members of the North Country Healthcare to Berlin to get these services. There is optometrist care in Berlin. Dr. Sawyer and her partner, I can't remember her name, are there. And I'm happy to work with them. We used to work with them all the time. We used to work literally in their office with them. So happy to continue that. I don't know that, unless Dr. Sawyer says she wants me to bring somebody, I don't know that I need to bring anyone to help her.
question.
Dr.
I
Sawyer
won't,
is
I
up
won't ask
next.
you all the other questions I have, but it would be helpful if some of you could come to the subcommittee, because we need to work through a lot of these details of what you're talking about and what the optometrists are talking about in a way that it's not practical in a hearing.
Yes, sir.
Representative Baroda?
Thank you. So this look into expanding into the North Country came as a result of the bill that we had last year.
Yes, ma'am.
And follow up, I'm sorry. Follow up. So that's fine, but that doesn't really address this bill. This addresses this bill. And I mean, that doesn't address House Bill 349. And I thank the optometrists for bringing that to your attention. But I also would like you to discuss or share your thoughts on what their training plans are on live patients and proficiency, and allowing them to also do what they have been trained to do.
Yes, ma'am. This addresses what I believe is one argument. This North Country project addresses what I believe is one argument for the bill, that there is a lack of access and that this would solve access. Even if passed, this is a minuscule portion of access to eye care in the North Country, so it's not really valid, and this goes well beyond that. I don't support the bill on the training purposes. I've had conversations about what training really is. The bill says that when you guys pass this, if it gets passed, we'll take it to the Board of Optometry and they'll decide what training is, and it will include live cases, right? It could be one, to Dr. Layan or Representative Layan's point. It could be 5, it could be 10, could be whatever. They get to decide what it is, right? In the other states that it has been approved, it's been a 32-hour course, followed by maybe a live case and maybe not in the other 10 states in the country. I do have optometry residents at our program from the 3 local schools, well, 2 local, New England College of Optometry, Pacific College of Optometry in Pennsylvania, and the one in Memphis. And they get didactic training in these procedures. So they've heard about them, they've read about them, they've seen videos about them, they've learned about them in textbook setting, right? There's 24 optometry schools in the country. 2 are in states that allow this procedure. These are not very frequent procedures, right? So the concept that all 100% of the students from the 22 other optometry schools are going to fly to the 2 schools and see and do enough live cases on live humans while they're there for a week, a weekend, whatever, and come back and be trained, it's not really mathematically feasible. So the training is a hang up if you ask how I feel about the rest of it. Yes, sir.
Representative Sellers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So do you see this bill going forward with any changes to it, maybe?
I don't know what the changes would be. You're talking about if you're talking about can you train a person to do surgery? Yes, sir. Right? Those are called medical students. We have a way to do it. They're approved, nationally accredited residency programs. They take 3 to 5 years to complete, and you get good surgeons at the end, right? The question here is can you do that in a significantly truncated fashion and still deliver trained surgeons or not?
Thank you. Other questions? Representative DeVries?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We heard in some of the earlier testimony that some of the waiting times were 3.5 months for surgery. And that wasn't, I don't believe, only limited to the North Country. So while I am quite enthusiastic about this as a solution, traveling ophthalmologist headed up to Berlin, I'm also concerned about bandwidth across the state. So I guess my question is, if I could articulate it, is if this were approved, and if optometrists were able to take and expand the bandwidth on these 3 surgeries, would it allow ophthalmologists to bring down wait times? I've heard about some painful eye situations, and faster sounds better in those circumstances. Would that allow the ophthalmologist to bring down average wait times? And is that something, I suppose, double question here, that you are committed to addressing?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. So Dr. Blake is going to address what the real wait times are in the other 90% of the state. I can tell you from I have a large practice out in the Seacoast area. We've got 5 or 6 locations. We have openings every week. So there's really no wait at all. It's more of a wait to get to see me for something as opposed to get to do these procedures, because this is a tiny little bit of what we do. I did appreciate the last testimony. I will say, though, that having seen somebody, most of these are non-urgent, almost the vast majority, 99.5% are non-urgent, right? Of that tiny little fraction that is urgent, these people come in, they're miserable, they're vomiting, they can't see, they're screaming and crying, you can't touch them, the anesthetics don't work real good, the cornea is super edematous, you can't see through it to do these procedures. It's really, really challenging for someone who's done thousands, right? I doubt that in this residency training program, they're ever going to see someone who looks like that, yet alone get experience treating someone like that. I wouldn't start with a person like that. If someone like that walked into my office and I'd done a handful of these things, I would be getting someone else to help because they're super challenging.
Thank you.
Other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dr. Sawyer?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Thank you. It's an honor for me to have the opportunity to speak to you today. I am Dr. Angelique Sawyer of infamous Berlin fame, apparently. I am originally from Nashua. I am an optometrist, and I'm a private practice owner in the far rural northern parts of our great state, having office locations in both North Conway and Berlin, where I have practiced for the last 12 years. I am here today to speak in support of House Bill 349 because it is what my patients, your constituents, and the citizens of New Hampshire deserve in order to better meet their eye care needs. Before I go further into my prepared testimony, I do want to clarify some of the questions that have already come forward.
Yes, and I would
yes.
reiterate Representative Schmidt's comment that you should not read your testimony.
Yes.
You should give us the highlights.
Absolutely.
And let us.
So one highlight is that, yes, I am in Berlin, and I am surprised to hear of this collaborative effort that not a single optometrist has been approached about for any of the North Country efforts. I have spoken to every optometrist that practices in the North Country, and not a single one has been approached about any of this collaborative care. They speak about our relationships and that they're seeking to collaborate, as Representative Grota had asked, and as was put forward to us last year, to sit down with them and attempt to find a compromise. And I sat at that meeting and I said, one single procedure, anything, what would it take for you to approve and for you to be comfortable and to not oppose having this happen? What would the pathway be for an optometrist to get there? Crickets. There is nothing that they will allow that will let us have this short of going to medical school. Because to them, one procedure requires medical school.
You don't know their motives. You can just speak, please only testify to what they have said or done.
They told me that if I wanted to go to medical school, I could perform these procedures.
Thank you.
Thank you. The question was asked about live requirements. I did my schooling in the state of Texas. when I was in Texas, and still Texas is not a state that is allowed to do that. However, I did my rotation through Oklahoma. While I was in school, I did these procedures on live patients. We have doctors in the state of New Hampshire who have experience performing these in other states that have come to New Hampshire. How we get these procedures is starting with those cases, starting with those providers who have live experience, starting with educators who have taught these procedures, and who then supervise New Hampshire optometrists in performing these procedures. That is how we get there. We can't start doing these procedures in states where it's not allowed. And so we can't get there if we don't have a pathway. So that is where we are starting here. We are starting with 3 procedures that every optometrist in the country is trained to do at every optometry school. Many of them have hands-on experience performing them on patients as part of their training by going to rotations in places where they can do those procedures on live patients. For those that do not have that opportunity, and some do not have the interest. Some optometrists do not plan to do these procedures. They do not plan to specialize and to do this type of care. And they will not pursue that. There are many optometry students who do not look to seek out those rotations where they can get that clinical experience because it is not one of their priorities. But for those that do, we need to have a pathway to get there. And that is where this is coming from. We have had 12 states that have developed this pathway. We're not reinventing the wheel. We have states that we will model after. The state of Kentucky, their Board of Optometry has a proctoring program where established doctors oversee doctors that are looking to have live patient experience. This is the model that our state board will be able to follow. It is mandated in this law, in the bill, HB 349, that live experience will be required. And that will be done under supervision by those who are approved as educators of these procedures. The question came up about the differences in education. It was brought forward, that this was a 32-hour course. The 32-hour course is the refresher course that builds on our 4 years of doctorate level training where we are trained to do these procedures. As mentioned, there are many procedures that ophthalmologists are trained to do that we are not, and that we will have no intention of ever trying to do. That is not within our training. In regards to the number of minimums, we intend for that to be decided by the Board of Optometry in rulemaking. But as a guideline, the ACGME that regulates ophthalmology residencies, they have a minimum of 5 procedures, 4 or 5, depending on which of the 3 laser procedures that we're talking about. That is the minimum requirement for an ophthalmologist. That is a starting point where our board can go from. In comparison to that, there are over 200 other minimums that they need to meet. So 14 laser procedures among 200 other surgeries in that ophthalmology residency. So I do not need to go to an ophthalmology residency and do a minimum of all those other 200 procedures to do these 3 laser procedures. These 3 laser procedures are ones that I have been trained to do and that I have done safely and effectively on live patients in Oklahoma myself. I have patients in Berlin who I cannot provide this care to. I'm thrilled to hear about this collaboration of bringing care to the North Country. As Representative Grota pointed out, this was not something that was ever brought up until we brought forward our bill last year. And that is not for lack of trying, because as in my written testimony, we had a provider who was traveling to the North Country who ceased to do so because it became too burdensome. We've had AVH looking to bring provider to the North Country for years. For 3 years, they had a single person who came and spoke. So I am thrilled if this is something that becomes successful. I hope that it will become a collaboration, and this could become an opportunity where optometrists can receive training to then become certified to do these procedures. Because regardless of the access issue, whether there were one or not, this is within the training, education, and certification of doctors of optometry, and that's what this bill is about. My testimony is almost entirely about access. I have patient stories about, they mentioned that these procedures are not urgent. They're not things that typically need to be done very critically. There's a patient story in my testimony here of a patient who was blind in one eye and had to wait 6 weeks after going to see the ophthalmologist and being told, yes, you need this laser procedure, and then was sent back home and had to wait 6 more weeks to have that procedure done. They were already blind in one eye, and during those 6 weeks, they cannot drive, they cannot function. And that is the level of care. And this is somebody who is in Carroll County because there is one ophthalmologist in all of Carroll County. There is no ophthalmologist in all of Coos County. There are 2 counties that have no ophthalmologists, and there are 2 counties that have a single one. There is an access issue, but that is not why HB 349 should pass. HB 349 should pass because these 3 specific procedures are within the education, the certification, and the training of doctors of optometry. That has been proven in 12 states, over 140,000 procedures, over more than 30 years of success, and very low complication rate. The question has been asked about neighboring states. No, there are no other states in New England right now that have this. But if that is the requirement, is to wait until other neighboring states have that, we will find ourselves at the bottom of the list. Massachusetts and New York are at the very bottom of the list for optometric scope. Those are the 2 states that have continually been at the very bottom of where optometry students look at, what can I do as an optometrist? New York and Massachusetts are on the bottom. So if we would like to wait until those go forward so that we can do that, that's not the New Hampshire that I grew up in and that I knew, and that I'm hoping is not the New Hampshire that I live in. We have 12 states, whether they are neighboring or not, that have done this successfully, that have a track record of safety. We are not proposing any sort of reduced quality of care in order to save on healthcare costs or in order to increase access. We are looking to expand at the same level of quality care, and that is what has been proven by the track record of 30 years of optometrists doing these laser procedures. I'm sure there's more I plan to say, but that's all I got right now.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Schmidt.
So my eternal infernal question is, can you come to the subcommittee? Because
Absolutely.
we need this kind of specificity to move this forward. Thank you.
Absolutely. I was there last year. I'll be happy to do it again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your
Thank you.
testimony. Okay. All the remaining people who have filled out cards are in opposition, so I would hope you wouldn't be careful not to repeat any testimony. Kevin Smith?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm here as just a concerned member of the public. I am not a medical doctor, nor am I an optometrist. I would just like to respond to some things that I heard earlier in the testimony. So, one concern that I have just looking at the bill is if these are optometrists that want to practice ophthalmological procedures, I question why they don't just choose to become ophthalmologists from the get-go. And one of the problems I have is if we start if we start cheapening the profession of ophthalmology and allow optometrists to practice these ophthalmological procedures, it provides a negative pressure on the training of ophthalmologists in the future, because why would you become an ophthalmologist, go through med school, put yourself through what I heard was a 6-year plus post residency program? Why would you go through that if you can just study optometry and then practice ophthalmological procedures just because of the legislate? It does not make sense to me, and I would not feel comfortable not knowing the difference between the two, because again, the words are very similar, optometry and ophthalmology. If I was just a layman going to see a doctor and I did not know the two, I would feel very uncomfortable learning that the professional that I had chosen to see did not have the training that I had believed when walking into that office. And for many people, they cannot make that distinction because they just don't have time to learn the difference between various levels of certifications in medical fields. I would like to end by saying, if, as I heard, state statutes determine ophthalmological practices and optometry practices, this is unique in this profession. However, if other professions were in similar stances, I would not expect that the state allow flight attendants to captain airplanes or any such other cross within a profession, that we have specific occupations that tie back to specific delineations of study and responsibilities of care. Also, I'd like to note that when it was asked why Massachusetts was not leading the charge on allowing optometrists to practice these ophthalmological procedures, it was said they have a large medical community that does not support it. I do think that we should follow the recommendations of this large medical community and also not support it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Representative Leon has a question, if you would care to answer it.
Oh, yes.
Thank you. Your testimony has definitely been impressive, just with your knowledge level of detail. Do you have any family members that are in this area?
Yes, my dad is a practicing ophthalmologist.
Okay, that's why you get this area so much. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I don't see any, thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Blake?
I'm Timothy Blake. I'm an ophthalmologist in Nashua. I'm in opposition to HB 349. I appreciate the committee's attention this afternoon. I'm going to touch on a couple points regarding access. New Hampshire is favorably positioned compared to the average state regarding drive times to an ophthalmologist. Over 90% of New Hampshire residents live within a 30-minute drive to an ophthalmologist. Furthermore, every optometry office that serves New Hampshire Medicare patients falls within a 30-mile catchment area of an ophthalmologist's office. This is intuitive. Nashua is a small state. By area, the 7th smallest in the Union. The states where legislatures have experimented with authorizing optometrist laser eye surgery privileges are the states with the lowest population density. Alaska and Wyoming, for example, are ranked 50th and 49th respectively in residents per square mile. New Hampshire has more than twice the population density of the average state, allowing optometrists laser eye surgery. The Bureau of Labor Statistics ranks New Hampshire 3rd in the country in ophthalmology employment per 1,000 jobs. This is in your packet, by the way. I'm not a demographer, but I believe one could use this as a stand-in for relative ophthalmologists per capita. The statistic speaks highly of the general presence of ophthalmology in New Hampshire relative to other states and relative access. The average wait time to see an ophthalmologist in New Hampshire for an after-cataract laser is 2 weeks, according to surveys, with 75% ophthalmologists responding. And the full survey results also are in your packet. I'd also like to make a note that one of the other testifiers briefly did regarding access and affordability. Increasing the number of providers for a medical service does not decrease the cost to patients. There is no price demand curve for Medicare covered services. The cost to patients and insurers is flat and dependent basically on Medicare allowables for surgery. Does the number of patients in a rural location support the number needed to treat to achieve an adequate and proficient skill set? Studies in the surgical literature demonstrate that one of the most important predictors of surgical complications is low surgical volume. surgeons who do fewer surgeries than a critical threshold have more complications. And I'll touch on one final point. It's been brought up this year and on occasion last year. Many professions can lean heavily on the job training that occurs after schooling. However, laser eye surgery training needs to address the very difficult problem of all surgery training. The problem is reconciling these two conflicting facts. New trainees will make mistakes, and there is zero tolerance for mistakes in surgery. This difficult problem is why, on the PubMed database, the topic surgical training has more than 20,000 peer-reviewed entries. I'm not a residency director, but I would describe surgical training as slow and incremental, establishing a foundation on fundamentals and building fundamentals upon those fundamentals. Surgeon proctors recognizing each trainee is different, responding to different prompts at different speeds. It's recognizing some trainees do not have the skill sets, and despite the strong tendency of self-denial in a trainee who has invested years, needs to be told to pursue a non-surgical track. We have heard here today that access may not be the important issue, that it is the training of optometry, training, education, and certification. And still, the training, education, and certification of 21 of 23 optometry schools does not include procedures on live patients. In this country, the ACGME, the Accreditation Council for Graduate Medical Education, established in 1981, is the institutional embodiment of postgraduate surgery training. The ACGME sets standards for surgical residencies. The Council for Podiatric Medical Education sets standards for podiatric surgery residents. CODA, Commission on Dental Accreditation, establishes criteria for oral surgeons. These organizations set a floor for surgical training and accredit surgical residencies based on the expanding body of training research and the best interest of public health. Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions?
Representative Sellers, you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question is, do you do laser surgeries?
Yes.
Follow up?
Follow-up.
And the second part of that is, when you were in training, did you make mistakes?
Not on live patients.
Okay. You mentioned mistakes, and everybody makes them. That's why I was asking.
Please. But
I'm just being clarified because the word everyone, and not, that just means it includes a lot, everyone.
absolutely. Thank you.
Do you need clarification? Okay.
I
Thank-
thought you were perfectly clear, but that's me. Is there any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jim Murphy?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the EDNA committee for allowing me to testify on this bill, HB 349. I am a retired orthopedic surgeon, having practiced in this state for about 40 years. I'm also a past member of the House of Representatives here in New Hampshire, serving on Ways and Means as well as HHS. I'm here to testify as strongly as I can against HB 349. Several here have given testimony, and I won't reiterate this, and for the sake of what Representative Smith asked, I will not try to read my testimony, but will try to summarize it.
Thank you.
Some people here will testify that this bill is identical to what happened last year and the years before that and failed twice. Others will basically state that they heard testimony that there was reporting from the optometrist's own review committee that there were no complications, where we heard somebody last year testify that somebody suffered from significant blindness after a procedure done by an optometrist. Also, that the Board of Optometry would decide who would have the credentials to perform these surgeries, but failed to recognize that doing a weekend course on not live patients does not really compare to the multiple years that it takes to become a surgeon. I'll not reiterate those testimonies, but I cannot stress more than enough that this is simply a quality of care issue as far as I'm concerned. This is not a turf battle. I'm an orthopedic surgeon. I'm not an ophthalmologist. I'm not an optometrist. I'm an orthopedic surgeon. But I can easily relate to the practice of surgery that, and the tension that may exist between ophthalmologists and optometrists. This is really not a turf battle. I have been involved in turf battles before in the state. Turf battles sometimes would center in my specialty, who would do hand surgery. Would it be plastic surgeons, general surgeons, orthopedic surgeons? We basically came to an agreement that if you were board certified, if you have done the appropriate training, that you could probably do the hand surgery appropriately. And frankly, it was welcome because there was more than enough to go around. But I do know what it takes to be a surgeon. I know the required training to do so. Weekend courses limited to patients that are not live is simply not adequate. Surgical residencies can take anywhere from 6 to 10 years. Orthopedics is relatively simple. We are basically, cabinetry makers on the human body. But having said that, that comes after 4 years of med school, 5 years of surgical training, another year of fellowship. We work side by side with trained surgeons, experienced surgeons, day and night to learn our trade. Having an optometrist do laser surgery would be akin to having the occupational therapist do your hand surgery or the physical therapist to do your knee scope. They have doctors of physical therapy. That is one of the titles that they can carry, doctor of physical therapy, but they do not do surgery. They don't do it for a reason. Surgical training is really just not an exercise in the OR. It's learning indications. It's learning decision-making about who goes to the OR and who does not. I would estimate that probably 90% of the patients I saw in the clinic did not go to surgery, but 10% probably did. It's about how to take care of complications, how to recognize complications, and how to deal with them. The surgical training that we went through took up to probably 10 years. And as a result, we were equipped to handle many of the problems that we saw on the outside. I can't tell you how many times I had residents. I was a residency director at one point at Dartmouth as well. I was there for about 10 years as a director of orthopedic surgery. But I can't tell you how many times I would have a resident call, a past resident, call years later and say, Murph, I'm seeing something that I have never seen before. And I would remind them that during the training, they may have not seen that specific case, but during the training, they had the principles taught to them so that if they applied the appropriate principles, they could take care of the cases, and nearly 100% of the time they could. So surgical training is not just a technical exercise. I would mention that the bill that's before you mentions laser procedures. Don't be mistaken, these are laser surgeries. These are surgical procedures. This is truly not a turf battle between the optometrist and the ophthalmologist. It is because of professional education, patient safety, and quality of care that is important. It's why surgical residencies take so long. So my objection to this bill is not as a surgeon needing to maintain any ego. I am retired. It is not a turf battle of us versus them. It is not about access to care. I've heard about access before. I totally agree that there is an access problem in healthcare across the country. It's in primary care, it's in orthopedics, it's in any specialty you mentioned. It's also in the trades. It's in the electricians and the plumbers. If you do not have the appropriate, you expect when you have somebody come to your house to take care of the plumbing, that they are certified in what they do. When you go to the hospital, you expect that the people that are credentialed and privileged there have the right to do the surgery that they intend to do on you. So I wouldn't argue, I would not argue that access is not a problem, but this is simply a quality of care issue. Surgeons are trained to take care of surgical problems. These are surgeries, and I would just say that I would urge you, and I would be happy to come into subcommittees to give you more technical details, though I'm not an ophthalmologist. But I would urge you to ITL this bill because it really is about patient safety, quality of care, professional credentialing, practice scope that we were talking about here. Thank you.
Thank you for the testimony. Representative Leon?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and very, very good to see you again. We're
Nice
missing you in
seeing
the
you.
legislature this year. My question, you actually touched upon what I've been wondering about throughout this whole hearing. Here we have an issue of putting certain procedures into the statutes, but in surgery, is it the statutes that prevent an orthopedic surgeon from performing cardiac surgery, or is that the Board of Medicine?
That is actually probably done at the hospital level. So when you think about it, when we go to a hospital to practice, they have a credentialing committee and they have a privileging committee. The credentialing committee basically says that you have the credentials that you talk about. You went to med school, you did your surgical residency, you did your fellowship, etc. You passed your boards. The privileging is what I spent many hours on the side of the bed operating on open hearts, on brain surgery, other surgical subspecialties, general surgery. I am not qualified and was never qualified after my training to do that. That is where the privileging comes in. So really it is up to the hospitals to decide where and who, what you should be doing. And in fact, even within the breadth of orthopedics, I had to limit what I took on as my privileged caseload that I could do because I'm not qualified to do some of the stuff that, I started off in general orthopedics. I did spine surgery, I did joint surgery, I did a lot of trauma. But as time went on, I retracted back to my subspecialty of hand surgery. And frankly, I did not feel like I was comfortable doing it. So I checked off the box that I'm not qualified. So it's at the hospital level really that it should be done.
Thank you. Follow-up.
And as a follow-up, that's done at the hospital level, but things like the hospital accreditation really move that more to national standards around who should be performing what procedures, correct?
That's true.
Thank you.
Okay. Other questions? Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Representative Nagel?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This has been an entertaining day. We go from cannabis to psychology to optometry. I'm David Nagel. I'm a physician. I'm also a representative. And I'll leave it at that. I am a non-surgeon. I don't really want to repeat a lot of what Dr. Murphy just said, but I was honored last year to be asked on that subcommittee thing that we kind of looked at this whole process. And it was really neat that the two gentlemen that teach these electives and how to do these procedures were present so that we were able to ask them questions. And I think that's where things really started to bother me. We asked some very basic, some very basic questions about, well, how do you teach these people? And the first question that I asked them, well, how do you teach? And let me take a step back. Optometry, from what I understand, is a 4-year degree. Me going to medical school, that's a 4-year degree. My understanding was the training they got in doing these procedures was a 3 to 4 week elective in their senior year. So I wanted to know exactly, well, what happens in that time frame. The first question I asked, how do you teach? The answer was see one, do one, teach one. Does anybody here know what that means? It means that you see one, you do one, and you teach one. And I will guarantee you that is not how you learn surgery. That is probably the worst way to learn how to teach surgery. So the next question I asked, well, how many procedures does each student get to do as a primary surgeon? And both of them answered the question, I don't know. And I looked at him, I says, you don't know? And I said, oh, okay. And then, so we're not allowed to be mean, so I wasn't mean. So the third question that I asked was, well, what's your outcome data? And the answer was, oh, our patients do great. And I said, what does that mean? You know, and there was no answer. As far as we knew, there was no outcome data collected. So we followed up on that and we asked some other people. They go, so where's your outcome data? And then they said, well, the outcome data is pretty much what you expect from somebody that had limited training. Too often we see inappropriate diagnosis, inappropriate procedure, inadequately done, so that needs to be repeated. So obviously there's a cost there. So it seemed to me that this is, I'll be honest, I don't have a problem with scope creep, which this functionally is. Podiatrists have done it. You know how podiatry did it? So they were a non-surgical specialty. They added a 4 to 6 year residency program to learn how to do surgery of the foot. Veterinary medicine, they did the exact same thing. If you want to be a veterinary surgeon, it's 4 to 6 years beyond your medical school training. Dentistry does the exact same thing. Physical therapy, when they decided that they wanted to scope creep, get more independence, and what do? Now they require a doctorate level to become a PT. That to me seems the right way to do this. So when I've asked around, well, what do you think an optometrist would need to be able to do these 3 procedures? And the answer was a minimum of a 1 to 2 year fellowship, probably with nobody can say that word. Ophthalmology, you guys got to come up with a new name for your specialty. Ophthalmology, we were talking about that last night. With ophthalmology oversight, because those guys are the experts. And then, there's a limited number of procedures you can do that may or may not help access. The folks from Kentucky told us that these bills did not improve access, but that's what they said. But I think that's the right way to go about doing a scope creep, to just come in and say, I'm going to do a 3-week elective or a 4-week elective my senior year, and then think that I can go out and do this. And, independently, I have a big problem. And the other little minor detail, I did a lot of surgery before I went to med school. I was a world famous rodent surgeon. I also, did a lot in med school, and then I did a thing with the Indian Health Service in Alaska where I did a lot of surgery. And when I came out of there, the first thing I knew was I didn't know enough to be doing this for a living, and that I would never do it without, as Dr. Murphy said, without formal training. So I think there's a pathway forward, but this is not it. And I think the optometrists really need to start thinking about, let's create a fellowship, let's get our people adequately trained, and then they can legitimately start solving the problem of access.
Thank you. Are there questions? Seeing none? Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So are you aware of what Dr. Peters talked to us about this afternoon, that they've got a working arrangement, it seems, with Androscoggin?
Mm-hmm.
They think there may be 6 to 8 months before they could start up doing their practice up there, that they would go up there and so forth. Are you aware of that, and do you have a comment on that?
I think it's wonderful. I would bet 30, as you know, also I'm a doctor, at least 30% of my patients live in the North Country. I would love to see them up there. And I talk to them all the time. Do you have a problem with lack of access to a specialist like me up there? And the answer always is no. He says, we made a conscious decision to live up here. And we understand that there's certain things we're going to have to travel for. And they have absolutely no problems coming down to see me in Concord. In an ideal world, yeah, we would have every specialty up there imaginable, but I think, we would focus on primary care and not surgery and specialty care, things like this, if we have to focus on something. So to answer your question, if they're doing that, it's wonderful.
Thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none? Thank you.
Chair, I have one question. Did you use the word rodent?
Yes.
Did I hear that correctly?
You did hear that correctly. I was in oncology research before I went to med school, and I operated on hundreds of rodents who did very well until I sacrificed them.
Okay.
It's so good to know that.
Yes.
All right. Christy Morse, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you to the members of the committee, and thank you all for your service to our wonderful state of New Hampshire. My name is Christy Morse. I'm a board-certified practicing pediatric ophthalmologist here in Concord, and I'm here to oppose House Bill 349. My opposition to House Bill 349 in no way discounts the contributions and essential services that optometrists provide. We have 3 optometrists in our practice, and we work as a collaborative team. I also can attend the subcommittee hearing. Just to answer the question about the states that have scope expansion, there are actually 10 states, not 12: Oklahoma, Kentucky, Louisiana, Arkansas, Mississippi, Wyoming, Colorado, South Dakota, Virginia, and Alaska. Most large rural states that about 5 of New Hampshire's could fit into. Also, to clarify about the VA Directive 1132, the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs issued that Veterans Health Administration directive that specifies, quote, only ophthalmologists will be privileged to perform therapeutic laser procedures of the eye and the eyelids at the Department of Veteran Affairs medical facilities. And currently, the optometrists are lobbying the federal government in order to do the lasers. So they cannot do lasers at VA facilities now. This bill would allow optometrists to perform surgery on the inside of one of the most sensitive, complex, and important parts of our bodies, our eyes. Wanted to talk to you briefly about managing the complications that can arise from these procedures. Not being able to manage these complications can lead to significant vision loss. That's important because if urgent additional surgery is needed as a result of a complication, optometrists would not be able to perform those sight-saving techniques. In contrast, ophthalmologists are trained surgeons who have undergone the training to perform safely and manage any complications that arise. Here are just a couple of examples. Laser iridotomy and laser trabeculoplasty can lead to bleeding in the eye and high pressure. If severe enough, the fluid may need to be surgically evacuated from the inside of the eye. And the inability to manage that complication in real time could lead to vision loss, preventable vision loss. During laser capsulotomy, the laser can put craters in the lens inside the eye. That lens may need to be replaced. If during laser capsulotomy, the laser opens up too much of the capsule, the lens could fall back into the back of the eye and then have to go in to have another surgery to pull that lens out and replace it. And there's always a risk of retinal detachment with laser surgery. The procedures to treat any of these complications are performed by ophthalmologists, and any reoperation or revision surgery is far more difficult than the original surgery. As I said, there are currently 10 states that allow laser surgery to be performed by optometrists. In most of the states that allow optometrists to perform surgery, there is no requirement to report the negative outcomes of laser surgery to the Board of Optometry. A study by Nathan Lighthouser, an optometrist who wrote the study, claims that optometrists can safely perform capsulotomy surgery. The medical community has a few concerns with that publication. The study may induce selection bias because it does not include the patients nor the optometrists that were randomized, and it does not indicate that the participants in this study were those serially eligible to participate in the study. Second, the results of the study are not generalizable because the experience of the authors is likely far more extensive than the optometrists who would be performing those procedures in New Hampshire. Lastly, the study shows no significant adverse effects, but as we've heard from real-world experience, we know that's not representative of laser surgery. Furthermore, there's a study published in a major medical journal that looked at 1,384 eyes of patients that underwent a surgical laser procedure used to treat glaucoma in Oklahoma. The study found that there was a 189% increased hazard of requiring additional laser treatment in the same eye when the surgery was performed by an optometrist compared to the same laser done by ophthalmologists. Let me repeat that. I know one representative here likes numbers and percentage. A 189% increased hazard. And that's not just a statistic, that's a warning. The study concluded that there could be multiple reasons, all of which are highly concerning. It could mean that optometrists are not adequately trained in the laser procedure itself. It could mean that optometrists do not understand how to perform the gonioscopy, which is a tricky test to evaluate if the patient is even a candidate for the surgery. Or it could mean that optometrists don't understand that you have to wait 6 to 8 weeks before you know if the laser worked initially. This study illustrates a real concern for patient safety, and it shows that it is not cost effective to have optometrists do surgery. And to quote the investigators of the study, quote, health policymakers should be cautious about approving laser privileges for optometrists practicing in other states. It's important to consider how professional malpractice companies view optometrists performing surgery. The Ophthalmic Mutual Insurance Company insures over 6,500 ophthalmologists and over 800 optometrists, but they will not provide malpractice insurance to optometrists who perform surgery. And they say they won't, citing a lack of available data on liability and lack of necessary education, training, and experience. In the handful of states that have authorized optometrists to perform surgery, there are cases involving surgical complications, misdiagnosis, and harmed patients, some of whom have suffered permanent vision loss. Those who were here last year heard from Vicki Rutledge, and if you haven't seen her testimony, I urge you to go back and view it. These procedures are not simple and uncomplicated. The patients harmed during procedures performed by optometrists in Oklahoma, Kentucky, and Louisiana would certainly attest to that. They are real people who experienced real harm. My opposition to House Bill 349 is firmly rooted in patient safety, and I hope that you will also oppose this bill. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions?
Thank you.
The advantage of coming late, the questions have all worked themselves out. Grant Schultzes?
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Grant Schulteis. I'm one of the ophthalmology residents at Dartmouth. If you have a specific question about ophthalmology residency, I can answer it from firsthand experience. As requested, I won't sort of read my remarks, which are in sort of our written packet. I'll just try to summarize some of the key highlights. One of the big things that I've learned going through my residency program is it's one thing that's really important to develop as a surgeon is not only the depth of training, in other words, maybe how many procedures you've done, but the breadth of training, how many types of procedures you've done. When I was first learning to do these YAG capsulotomies, that's one of the lasers that are in this bill, I honestly struggled a lot. It's hard to see that posterior capsule. It's very thin, sort of in the 2 to 4 micron sort of thickness, if memory serves. I got better at it, though, when my former PD really took me into the operating room to do cataract surgery. You see the capsule under a surgical microscope. You can see exactly what is being targeted in the YAG capsulotomy. So, it's been testified earlier that in ophthalmology residency, you do lots of different types of procedures, many of which are not related to the laser therapy. But what I would propose is that it's actually a feature of our training, not a bug, to do different types of surgery. You get better at surgery by doing different types of surgery. That's why the training is what it is. And what I feel is the hardest part of being a ophthalmology resident is not actually doing the technical aspects of the procedure, but actually knowing that you're doing the right procedure for that patient. It's not something you can read in a book and just say, these are the clear indications. It's not something you can get by seeing maybe even a few patient examples. It honestly takes example after example after example for years to know when patients would benefit from a surgery. It's really hard. And I think that is sort of something that I feel very fortunate to get in my ophthalmology residency, which is an important sort of component of treating patients well. I think optometrists have already testified as to their specific sort of training for their procedures. But what I would feel like as I was going through my residency is if I only had specific training in sort of laser treatments, you know, in sort of models or even on a few live patients, I would not feel comfortable doing even those procedures because I don't feel like I would have the depth or excuse me, the breadth of surgical experience necessary to know when to do those procedures safely and maybe not having as best control of my hands that I got from other types of procedures. There's the big things I wanted to say. I would like to say just lastly that, you know, we're all in the same team, and I hope that even though I don't think this is the right bill policy to advance New Hampshire, I hope that it can sort of stimulate discussion to get us to a better place. So thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you very much. Our Representative Saitek.
I can see your training as a doctor is proceeding. I can't read your writing.
I worked a long time to write quickly as an
is it
intern.
H-E-I-Z?
Last name, is that
Yeah,
what you're asking?
yeah.
So SCHULTHEIS.
Oh,
If you can say it 3 times, that'd be even better. It's
That's-
tricky
that's
for
a-
all of us.
thank you.
Yeah.
Representative Howard.
Thank you for taking my question. So I was just wondering, how many hours of training do you as a resident do and will do throughout your residency?
Thank you for the question. I have not keeping track on an hour-by-hour basis because I think it would make me maybe a little remiss for some of the hours that I could have spent in other ways. I think a rough estimate is about 17,000. But to give you a rough perspective, it changes year to year as a resident. In intern year, I was logging routinely around the 55 to 65 hours mark each week for that year. When I was doing a PGY2 year, I was doing a little bit less, maybe average ballpark 55 hours. A lot of that was 1 week on call, then 1 week off call. So, you know, I've seen patients with acute angle closure, which was one of the things that was brought up earlier that needs an urgent LPI. I've seen exactly 4. I've tried 2 LPIs overnight. I've gotten exactly 1 to work. And that's when I've done a few procedures by that point. They're tricky.
Thank you.
Other questions? Thank you very much for your testimony. Kathy Stratton.
Good afternoon. Thank you for hearing my testimony today. I had a longer statement, but in the interest of time, I'm not going to repeat what others have said, but instead spotlight their testimony. My name is Kathy Stratton. I'm the CEO of the New Hampshire Medical Society, and the Medical Society strongly opposes House Bill 349 relative to the practice of optometry and authorization to perform ophthalmic laser procedures. The Medical Society and Physicians of New Hampshire value the contributions of the entire clinical team. We're here not to detract from the skill and contribution of optometrists, but to ask you to uphold the highest quality of medical surgical care. The issues I want to spotlight that others have presented today is that these are serious medical surgeries, that House Bill 49 will not expand access, that training and education matters. Though current educational programs for optometrists include training for this procedure, many practicing optometrists in New Hampshire will not have that level of training. Eye surgeons and ophthalmologists are broadly trained and uniquely qualified to identify and respond to medical issues and address any unexpected or adverse outcomes. New Hampshire's eye surgeons are actively working on a plan to expand access in the North regions. And I want to finish up by saying that the human body is complex, and the Medical Society urges you to consider the benefit of this broad medical education and clinical training of ophthalmologists. It's likely the most asked question when patients that patients have when selecting a clinical provider. Our state's eye physicians are uniquely qualified to provide high-level health care, and for these reasons, the New Hampshire Medical Society encourages the committee to recommend House Bill 349 ought not to pass.
Thank you.
ITL.
Her
Thank you.
language is perfectly understandable. Are there any questions? Yes, Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was only correcting her in terms of her terminology. I understood what she was saying. Anyway, so the thing is, the Medical Society has taken a clear position here. We've heard from Dr. Peters and a couple of others with regard to the proposed facility at Androscoggin. Can you make a commitment today to us that the Medical Society will stand behind these efforts to expedite those the ability to perform those procedures for the residents of the North Country as quickly as possible?
Well, I will qualify my response that this is an independent endeavor. We are working with the Society of Eye Surgeons, and to move this along as quickly as possible. I mean, we're not in the driver's seat here, but we are supporting that endeavor, and we do see this as a model for other, for other specialties that may need to expand care in that way.
I'll bring this contract over afterwards for your signature.
Thank you.
And let me just say, I've been with the Medical Society 5 months, so I'm happy to be here in New Hampshire and working with physicians toward quality care here.
Representative Sitek has a question.
For the chair, Representative Schmidt was merely being didactic.
Thank you, Representative Schmidt. Word of the day. Other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you all for your time.
Another doctor, Catherine Movando.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, to let me speak today and members of the committee. My name is Catherine Mirando. I'm an ophthalmologist, physician, and surgeon here at Concord Eye Center in town, and I'm also a glaucoma specialist. I apologize, I'm a little sick today, but I'm here today in strong opposition to House Bill 349 out of concern for the safety of my patients. I think the testimonies so far have been pretty good. I know you've been here a long time, so I don't mean to reiterate what's already been said. My plan was to talk about laser safety and the exact details of the laser surgeries being discussed in this bill. And I have some diagrams, but if you feel you understand the lasers being discussed in this bill, I also don't want to bore you to tears. So I may just see if there's a general consensus.
It doesn't look like there's vast enthusiasm for more details.
No, okay. So if you feel you understand the lasers, there is a lot of detail in the handout that was the packet, that large packet we gave, and I have these diagrams as well. I'll stick around if anyone has a burning interest in ophthalmology or ophthalmic surgery and wants to see the details, but I don't want to put you to sleep either. If there are specific questions too, that are still burning, I'd be happy to just directly answer those before hitting the highlights.
I think the highlights would be the best.
Okay, so the highlights, I think, and just in general, I think there's a misguided comfort in laser surgery, thinking you just kind of go into a room, the doctor pushes a button, and that's all that happens. But it's a surgery. Laser is a tool used by a surgeon, just like a scalpel. It burns, it melts, it coagulates, and alters tissues, and there are serious blinding risks involved. As far as the laser iridotomy goes, I don't want to bore you with all that. You said you think you know it. So I'll stick, I guess, with my part of it as a glaucoma specialist. After completing 4 years of a surgical training in ophthalmology, I did an additional year of glaucoma training in glaucoma surgery and lasers. And I get a lot of even internal referrals from other ophthalmologists for these lasers. And these are other surgeons who technically can do these surgeries, but they send them to me because the nuance of deciding who needs surgery can be complicated. And some of these lasers can be challenging, especially these most 99.9% of the time, these are not an emergency. The very rare time that the iridotomy laser is an emergency is really difficult. When you're dealing with these patients vomiting in front of you, their cornea is cloudy, you can't even do the laser most of the time because you can't see the tissue. It's too swollen. You're giving them medications and treating them, and sometimes you just need to take them right to the operating room. So I think most of the time these are elective lasers, and sometimes they can get pretty complicated. I did have one of my mentors in training taught me very early on that knowing who to operate on and when is just as important as knowing how to perform the surgery. And that is really what's honed over 5 years of surgical residency and fellowship under the guidance of experienced surgeons. And these decisions don't just involve knowing these 3 surgeries, but also the scope of all other surgeries that you do. And sometimes one is a better option than the other. I think I've seen a lot of incorrect referrals as well that do concern me I'm sending this patient over to consider doing an SLT laser. I recently had a patient sent to me with a pressure of 40. That's very high, and she was taking every drop already that we have. And the referral was for that glaucoma laser. That would have been a blinding decision for her because that laser takes 6 weeks to work. It would not have worked well enough, and that is an early intervention. I was really grateful the patient came to me. We got her right into the operating room. I just saw her for a year follow-up, and she's doing great. But it wasn't the right option for that patient. So I worry that if the referring provider had done that, then we would have just delayed her access to care. I would also say that I get like hundreds per year of referrals for that iridotomy. Of those referrals, I probably perform about 50%. That's because there's new literature suggesting most of them can be safely monitored, or they're better suited with earlier cataract surgery instead. So I think it's a good thing when we can not overperform procedures. It's good for the medical system and good for patients to prevent them from getting complications. But I worry that if we expanded scope of some of these procedures, the overall rate of procedures might increase, and therefore the rate of complications would increase. Again, I'm happy to go over the lasers later. I think those are really the highlights. And like everyone else has said, I have lots of friends who are optometrists. I spoke to them before coming here today to make sure that I wasn't misunderstanding what we were saying. And they reiterated to me, no, I never did a laser ever in training. Recent friends who graduated from Massachusetts. Some of them are in states where they legally can practice, and they said they get these emails saying, sign up for this weekend course to do a laser. And they're sort of shocked by it, as are we. So I hope we can keep working together like we do every day to the highest abilities in our professions and keep taking care of the patients of New Hampshire.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions?
I'm happy to participate in a subcommittee.
Okay. Thank you for that too. And seeing no further questions, thank you again.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on House Bill 349? All right, seeing none, I will close the public hearing. It will be going to subcommittee, and Representative Pearson will schedule it when he can.